left the ambassador up for you, the troll one.
Cool.
The Marut stalks down the hall to your right, relentlessly focused on its target. The locked gate ahead marks the outer boundaries of the Drow encampment. You have entered a new section of the caves. In the distance, you have never heard of a beholder serving a drow, or anyone else. You shudder to imagine the bargain that Vale must have struck.
Chaos Sorcerer has really awful single target, I'm finding. I think once we get a chance, I'm going to want to like grab some gear and swap to being Air Savant now that I have the electrical lightning bolt.
Alright.
Yeah, with Sorcerer, once you unlock Chain Lightning, it's like over if you're an Air Sorcerer.
Chain lightning. There's chain lightning in this game? Sweet.
Oh yeah.
Is it pretty?
It's really nice. Well, it makes everything chain together.
Ooh.
It does a ton of damage, and it's nice because like most of your big AoE spells are like fireball type spells where The hit detection's kind of weird.
The clusters
Chain
of
lightning
giant
just bounces
mushrooms
from
grow
target to
more
target,
sparse
so
as you
it's
emerge
a lot
from the
easier to hit
beholder's
everything in your
domain.
group that way.
Yeah, in
Ahead,
Fallout
lightning
7.
torrents of water
Has a-
plunge into a pool
It's really
far
easy to
below.
target.
If you leap into the waterfall,
Yeah, I forget the name of the
within
gun, but
no
there's a
I
time,
gun
kind
in.
of like to take a. Oh,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry.
a
No, you're
geyser
okay.
blasts water
I
into
kind of
the
like to
air
take a break
nearby.
after
It
Haywire.
looks
I'm
powerful
starting to
enough to
run out of
lift a
gas.
heavy weight.
Okay. Are you talking like break for the day or just break for a while?
Yeah, I'm pretty much done for the day. I get up pretty early to go swimming, so.
This was fun. Thank you so much
Okay.
for carrying me through this, by the way.
Well, thanks for coming along and
Kimmy?
throwing your bard songs. I feel bad about Chaos Sorcerer because it's like it has potential, but it doesn't really have like the big spell that makes it a cool spec. It just has a lot of mediocre spells.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a chain lightning gun in Fallout 76 that actually is so overpowered because it just links to every other mob. and that in a gun game is actually crazy. I love it when chain lightning is done correctly and it just chains to everything. I think like WoW always had like a limit of 5 targets or something, didn't it?
Ahead,
Ow.
3 champions of Vale's forces have arrayed themselves for a
Yucky.
last defense.
Oh, you fell? Oh, I don't know how to reach you, but I'll try.
Was that like a mega disintegrator? What the heck did that?
He mega
you need to go north.
blasted me.
Oh,
He's a nasty chance
This
type.
great
so.
hall is flanked by towering statues from a lost age. Vale chose a dramatic battleground for her last stand against the
It was
inevitable.
not fun for me.
nope, I've been one-shot several times today myself. Traps.
You have destroyed the implacable Marut and saved the Vampiress from her doom. Vale shouts
No,
in
because
triumph.
You're gonna want to finish out. There's no end chest.
Haywire, and then I am ready to call it a night.
Okay.
Okay. Now, is this normally about when you sleep these days, or is it just you don't feel too great today?
Maybe like an hour later.
Okay. That might make it hard to play together on weekdays, just because I get home
Yeah, I
usually
know.
about not even an hour ago now.
I mean, I'm fine with staying up Sundays. It's just today, since I got up early and I ran so much already before we even started. But just
Yeah.
tired.
That's okay. Because like tomorrow when I get home from work, I don't think I have anything going on, so I'll probably be on the games by no later than 5:30 my time, which is 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm on.
And like at that point, I can play for 5 hours, but I know you're East Coast. You need to go to the next quest, by the way.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't. Okay.
So Kim, what's your thought on the Chaos Sorcerer spec? You're usually a lot more forgiving with mediocrity than I am.
I tried it out, but it just didn't. It didn't really appeal the way it actually plays. It sounded fun, but I'm not a huge sorcerer fan
The
anyway.
sweltering heat in these tunnels is almost unbearable. Who would want to live in such a place?
I mean, it's not that I think it's a bad class. I just tend to like to play something a little more complicated.
The
That
gate
makes sense.
crashes
I
shut.
like Sorcerer because I was
Haywire
really getting
spared
into wanting
no
to do whatever
expense in
does the
keeping
most
his
damage and
secrets.
is the most powerhouse blowing through a dungeon kind of class. And I did a lot
This
of
game
testing
always
on
puts you behind
There's a
some.
lever over on the side
Oh,
there.
I see it now.
where
Yep,
the
sorry.
lava is. Yeah.
But yeah, I was doing kobold kill times, and the best non-sorcerer I ever got was, I think, a Frenzied Zerker Barbarian, and I got down to like 18 seconds on one kill of a kobold. Sorcerer, I did 9 seconds one time, just because time stop and blowing all my cooldowns. I mean, when I was capped and I was doing the Vector stuff
RC2
last time
stops
before I took a
abruptly
break,
and rocks
I
back
was
and forth in a
casting
daze.
Iceberg for
It's quite
100,000
obvious
damage
something
per
is
round.
wrong. You hear
So, I've
someone
learned to
clearing his
appreciate the
throat.
damage so much.
The sound appears to be coming from a
I'm gonna
stone
come over here and
face
get the
set
traps
into a
and then
wall.
do the
You
other side.
spy a slimy leech-like creature
Okay,
crawl out
I've
from
got that
under
right.
RC2's body and worm its way down into the
There's
floor.
some tricky, like, split-up stuff. The most useful place you could be right now is that gate we were just through.
Oh yeah, go back to the gate. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm going to run up here and do a thing, and then I'm going to teleport back to the entrance of the dungeon. And the only way for me to get back through is if you actually let me in. Otherwise, I'm literally locked out.
Yeah,
if I
no
do
problem. Yeah, I'll get a unlock.
That. No, it's a little further south from where you're standing right
Oh,
now.
sorry. This way. Okay.
To your left.
I see it. This thing.
Yeah, it's that lever.
Okay.
Yep, that lever is what opens and closes the door in front of you. So when I come through, I'll need you to actually pull it and let me through.
Yeah.
And I'll be there in like a minute. Okay, but yeah, back on build stuff. The Chaos Sorcerer, I think it's fantastic for early level Sorcerer because thankfully they didn't do the stupid shit with the rest of the Sorcerer specs. Like, you don't have to wait till level 12 to get SLA Fireball. Because Chaos Sorcerer gets it on the 3rd tier of enhancements, so that's, what, level 4? Oh wait, no, you need 10 points. So that's level 3. So level 3, you have a spell-like ability Fireball, which is incredible. So that's my take on it. Is it's a good, mediocre, like, overall spec, but really where it shines is the early levels before the other elementals actually pick up steam. And I believe for heroic, air is the best. Air Savant, like, overall, especially once you get chain lightning. Once you have ball lightning, it's viable, and then after that, it's really good with chain lightning. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Alright, let me through.
I will say when I look at the Chaos Sorcerer stuff at the very top tier, it's all very disappointing. Not a single one of those bonuses actually looks appealing, and none of them are, like,
You
good.
spy a slimy leech-like creature crawl out from under RC1's body and slip away into the shadows.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of the, like, getting the damage on the prismatic spells, but it just doesn't quite get there. That was actually my idea.
Oh, well, it's a good one. I like it. I don't think that's enough damage to make up for it. Like, if I'm doing Prismatic Spray, I'm doing it for the 1 in 3 chance that they go poof.
Yep.
It just instant kills.
Yeah, there's a
Nice.
spray thing you can do that does like 7 different color rays or 6 different color
Yeah.
rays or something, and 2 of the rays that can hit things with are just, it deletes you and it bypasses a lot of the anti-death stuff that things have. So, like, for example, constructs, those are immune to death spells. You can't just finger of death them. If you prismatic spray, you can poof them, just make them disappear. It does other stuff too, like Flesh to Stone, so you'll cast it and things will just stand there and let you beat on them. It's a really handy spell. It's not a damage spell, but you can literally clear dungeons by just spamming.
The north wing is now accessible, but your trials are far from over. The master control room
It's
awaits.
cool they added, so like this kind of sorcerer gets some damage on it. You get like a little bit of chaos damage that it does in addition to all the other effects. But its main use is to crowd control and instant kill stuff. It's not really a damage spell in the first place, and it's not meant to be a damage spell.
Can you give me an idea of how far Shout actually reaches? Is it only like where the bubble shows?
It's not super far.
Yeah, it's like pretty
really
close.
face it.
I gotta be like, is it like basically like how a Shout would be? Okay.
Yeah, it's a cone.
It's not a very big cone. What I do like about the Chaos Sorcerer is that all the cores seem to give you increases to your max caster level with every spell, not just Chaos. So, where Fade Arc Illusionist is definitely the best secondary tree, if you're wanting to get a DC Sorcerer build, because it's got so much charisma and it's got a lot of goodies in there. But I definitely think there's something to be said for the Chaos stuff and how its cores increase your damage level, because it's going to make you just more damage flat out. And Sorcerer's already the top damage class in terms of burst.
Oh, will you help me spend my enhancements at Baegon when you have like when the time's appropriate?
You want to wait until we're level 12, because once we're level 12, you unlock the top tier of enhancements, and a lot of good shit becomes available. Right now,
save points.
Yet, so.
Oh,
no, actually, that doesn't apply to you because you're doing a split build. So yeah, we can worry about it later.
All right. Yeah, I was buying towards that run speed thing, and now I'm back in the War Chanter chart, I think.
Yep.
Rune wheels. This is so cool looking. Dude, chest.
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated if you
You
don't
spy the
understand.
master
It's
control
literally
room
like
key,
Haywire tells
just
you, it's
where
all in the
Haywire
colors.
said it would be.
Although that was never enough of a tip off for me to figure it out. I had to look it up.
How much money do you guys have? If it's not too personal of a question.
Like platinum?
Yeah.
Oh, it caps out at 4.5 million, I think, or 4 million or something like that. I have 3.5 million right now.
Jeez, almost a cap, huh?
Oh, I basically like a cap before I get into half a million.
The last of the guards falls in a heap of battered metal.
Hells yeah.
Now it's time to end
I'm
this
just
Items
saying.
are worth more at higher level.
A
and
toneless
also,
voice
like, I'm a
echoes through the
charisma character.
foundry.
I get a lot more money for
This
selling stuff to
complex
players.
will self-destruct in 5 minutes. Please evacuate immediately.
Self-destruct in 5 minutes.
Yeah, we have to run through a gauntlet here of traps and monsters before 5 minutes. It takes more like 2 minutes, but also if you are in the dungeon, you can literally just get blown up. I can't remember, Kim. If you stay here the whole 5 minutes, it literally kills you no matter where you are in the dungeon, right?
Yeah.
I can't land on that thing. It's just shoving me off. It's so annoying.
Oh, I should have given you jump. If you're careful, you should be able to make it up still.
No, I got it. It's just that pipe was shoving me off. It shoved me off like 7 times and it shouldn't have. I was landing on it flat.
So if your jump's good enough, you can jump straight up to that pipe. Otherwise, you have to follow her up the stairs.
4 minutes
Jump up.
until self-destruct.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna come around and get you. You're not gonna get up there if you can't make that jump.
I made the jump,
With
I
my
think.
jump,
I
no
just
problem.
don't have the skill.
With my jump skill, you'll make it just fine next time. Normally my characters can jump well, but when they don't, there's actually like a Christmas festival they have, and you get this special item that gives you a +30 jump buff. so I usually just rely on that.
Thank you. Sorry.
If you want to go faster, you have the haste spell. You could be casting that all the time.
Oh, the haste spell?
Yeah, it's one of your regular spells. Keep coming with us while you're looking. This is
Expeditious or haste?
No. Level 3, it looks green.
Level 3. I see it. I forgot I got haste. Oops.
Yeah.
3 minutes
you
until
want to
self-destruct.
Extend and eschew materials on the haste spell. But it gives you a 45%.
Haywire's voice is heard from a nearby speaking stone.
Like a 25%, I think.
I know you're
it's
running
like
for
burst
your
of
life,
speed?
but this is
Oh, wow.
important. Keep
also
your ears
increases
perked
your
for
attack
further
speed and gives you some
instructions
other
as you
minor
hunt.
bonuses.
Haywire
But,
continues.
yeah, it makes you run
There's
faster,
a blast
so it's good to
door
always
up
have
ahead.
it up.
Keep
Awesome.
running until you reach
I
the
love
exit,
Bard.
and hurry.
Because you have extend, it actually lasts a decent amount of time. Usually it's a pretty short spell.
Yeah, it should be like, what, 5 seconds, something? Oh,
It's like 30 seconds space, and it goes up by another
that's
6
pretty
seconds per
good.
level, I think.
That's really good from where I come from.
Yeah, if you're actually like built
As soon as I
maxed out,
see
you can
someone
get,
reach
like, a
the
5 or
exit,
6 minute
I'm gonna count to
duration, I
20
think.
and seal the blast doors. There ain't time to
We're
wait
talking
for
level 20
stragglers.
plus, 'cause right now you're
Rumblings from deep within the factory reverberate down the
Oh,
corridor.
it's a bubble. It's
Stay
a
clear.
2
pool on the
minutes
ground that we
until
stand in.
self-destruct.
yeah, everyone gets it if they're near you.
Oh, okay, thank
Anybody
you.
can
I
get it.
should be spamming this then. I'll get it on my bar where I can
Yeah,
reach
so-
it better.
Put your quicken or extend minute magic on it, because right now it's only a minute. It'll be 2 minutes if you extend it.
Oh, I did. I said quicken in his shoe.
Oh, you don't have extend yet.
I don't
Shoot,
have extend
I can
yet.
make you get that next time.
All right.
Okay, level 12 you want to get extend, and that'll double the duration of that spell. Yeah, you've also got a spell 3rd level called Displacement, and that gives you a 50% chance to not get hit with any weapon attacks, and that's really
yeah.
helpful for staying alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have that in 11.
It's got a short duration too, though, so you have to cast it all the time.
I love the one in 11. It has 3 shadows, and you can eat any hit in the game. It could be 100,000 damage hit on a 1,000 health bar or anything like that. Any physical, any spell, anything.
1
but it's
minute
got to be a
until
single
self-destruct.
target. If it's AOE, you lose all 3 shadows, and the spell goes through too. It's such a good system. I wish other games would use it. Even Fortnite. I think Fortnite could use that system. Okay, now I can leave? Yeah, I can leave. Sweet.
Yeah, you can hop out. So we want to stay at level 11 because there's still some good stuff to run at this level, but yeah, we're just gonna wind off, or what am I saying? Wrap up and log off basically because she has to go.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay? So we're done playing. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go play something else for the rest of the night, I think.
Okay, sweet.
Maybe I'll even do something productive, like, I don't know, laundry or something.
Well, yep. I'm gonna play MMOs.
Yep. All right. Catch you later. I'm just gonna be doing
Oh.
some respec stuff, so
Yeah.
you don't need to hang around and watch me.
All right. Good night, Baegon, and nice to meet you, Kim. Thank you for the help today.
She already logged out.
Oh, she left. Oh, we'll tell her thank you.
Open up your enhancements, though. We can do your enhancements quick.
I didn't add to friends, and I hope she didn't think that was rude. I just spaced
Control
it.
R.
Controller. Okay.
All right. So, War Chanter. Remember, that's where you're at. Okay. Take. Oh, sprint boost. The second tier right side. Yeah, a 50% run speed boost.
Oh, it's
Okay.
another clicky. Okay.
Now go to your core and take the 3rd core. That gives you a
Cool.
large buff to your just being in the party aura that you have automatically.
Yay.
Alright, and hit accept. Then hit C and go to enhancements.
Okay.
And drag down your sprint boost. Make sure you bind it somewhere you can click in an emergency. That will make you fast as fuck, and it stacks with haste.
Sprint boost is what it's called.
It's at the very top.
Oh,
I don't know why you keep
action.
going for it.
Oh, I'm sorry, you said sprint boost, so I was looking for the letter S. So okay.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You
Let's
need to
put
use like side button mouse.
You can you no, I thought you said you couldn't bind to mouse 4, mouse 5.
Yeah, you can.
You can?
I've
Oh,
got
thank God.
I've got a mouse with 12 side buttons, and I have all bound to things on my row 6 hotbar.
Oh, okay, because I thought the game said that you couldn't bound, like, couldn't bind.
No, you can absolutely bind. So I've got that bound, and yeah, it like triples how many keys I have quick at hand for when I need them.
I do so as well, but no, it won't. It will not let me bound my mouse 4 or mouse 5 at all. No.
It should. Well,
No,
okay,
no.
it's giving you some kind of error here.
Oh, maybe it's because I'm holding Alt. That might be why. Oops. No, I can't bound mouse 4 or mouse 5.
Okay, do you have a mouse with like all the side buttons on it, like 12 side buttons?
Three buttons.
Okay, so you don't have an actual gamer mouse then.
I do. I have a Logitech 9602 with like all the Logitech suite of stuff.
Well, if it doesn't have 12 side buttons where your thumb goes, then it's not a gamer mouse. Sorry.
Oh, I have many mice like that, but this one's superior. But yeah.
If it doesn't have the buttons, I beg to differ. But that's what I have, because my mouse, all of those side buttons send a num key command. So it's like num1, num2,
Yeah, I
num4.
do that kind of stuff all the time, but yeah, this game's not letting me buy mouse 4 or mouse 5. Otherwise, I would use shift mouse 4, mouse 5, mouse 6, control mouse 4, mouse 5, mouse 6, etc. Alt mouse 4, mouse 5, mouse 6. And I would get the 9 keybinds that I need off the 3 buttons I've got. Any more than that, and I don't know. It's too many. But yeah, it's not letting me bind to that, so I'll just have to use my numbers, I guess. The keybinds are good. The bars are good because it has so many different ways to do systems in it. Okay, buddy. Shall we stop?
Yep. I told you I'm done. I'm
Yeah,
just
you're done.
respecing.
Okay, I'm around this whole week. You know, past I've been waking up like fairly early for me, which is like 9 to 11. So should be free when you're home if you want to play some DDO, and if not, it's all good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be
Yeah.
checking. I'm gonna try to get Kim on too, and
Yeah.
like you just heard, she's doing some weird sleepy stuff. So I'll figure out what that's looking like.
Yeah.
Because she used to stay up a lot later. I don't know if that's just she's feeling tired today or what it is.
That was an awesome lady. How long have you known her?
I've been playing with her for most of the time I've been playing this game. It's over a
Oh,
decade.
nice.
Definitely over a decade.
Yeah, she was a very knowledgeable lady about the game. It was
Oh yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, she knows a lot. She's been on the player council a lot.
Yeah.
And that's a group of players that are selected by Turbine, like the
Oh,
actual
damn, she's like that
Standing
high
Stone
up.
Games, I mean.
I
And
wondered. Yeah.
they are basically the only players that get to like meet and talk with the actual developers, and their ideas are much more likely to end up being like things in the game.
Is she your age?
She's definitely not someone I would be ever romantically interested in.
I didn't know. I just wondered. I wondered if you were
Uh,
interested in her. Uh-huh.
she have you ever seen like a depiction of a swamp troll
No, but don't be disrespectful here, buddy. I can
No,
get I
I
can
think
get what you're saying. Yeah.
with less green skin but the same
Oh
proportions and
God.
so anyway, she's a nice person. I like to play with her, but
Uh,
I am also she's probably like 15 years older than me.
oh. Huh?
But no, there's trust me, I'm a guy where I understand men and women aren't friends without some kind of sexual connection is my usual default
No,
stance.
I
I can
consider
assure you this is not a
not
relationship
like
that
that.
has any of that potential
I
at all.
wondered, yeah, because I was like, well, to me, like somebody like that is very of high value, you know. But I don't know.
She's a good friend as far as like playing games. I
Not if
usually
she lives like on the East Coast, though. You
Yeah,
know.
she lives on the other side of the country. She's a
Yeah.
generation different age wise.
Yeah.
She has even more health problems than my soon to be ex-wife does.
Oh.
Let's see. She's in a long-term relationship with a guy that she's not married with. I think that's because she's like lefty and doesn't believe in marriage or something, but
Hmm.
she calls him her housemate. But
Yeah.
he's like some IT head for a bank or something like that. So
Hmm.
yeah, she basically spends all day just trying to live her life and play video games because he
Into
takes care of
DDO.
all of her needs and goes to work, and she just stays home and I think buys groceries. And she buys them
Hmm.
on Instacart too. She doesn't even actually buy groceries.
Oh
She
my
has it.
God.
She has it made because of the guy she wound up with.
Hmm.
When she was employed, still she used to work as a phlebotomist.
That's a good job. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm like I get Crypt Keeper vibes from that.
No, no, phlebotomist is a good job. It pays like $30 an hour at starters, and they're on call all the time. You know, it's one of the
Yeah,
better jobs in the world, I think,
no,
actually.
I know it's a good job, but that's she's like worked at morgues and stuff. Anyway.
Yeah, yeah, you got that vibe.
But no, I've seen a picture of her face because somehow we communicated on or like her Google account, and she's got her face on as her profile picture on her Google account.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly where the hell it showed up like that, but I've seen her a picture of her face. I yeah. When I made this swamp troll thing, I'm being quite literal,
Yeah.
but I'm not saying that to diss her. I'm just saying
You
like
are though. You are.
no, I'm making a real comparison. If I looked at like a Warhammer 40, well, Warhammer Old World, not old 40K, because they don't have trolls in
Yeah.
40K.
Yeah.
But you know, if I got rid of this, if I got rid of the green skin, we wouldn't be too far off.
Okay.
So nice person, like to play games with her. I've played mostly
Yeah.
DDO, but I've played like what's it called, Divinity 2. I played a co-op campaign with her on that.
Ooh.
So yeah, she's into nerdy stuff, and she plays New World like you heard. I don't want to play New World, but she does.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, as far as DDO goes, though, she's definitely good to follow around.
Yeah. She was an awesome lady. I just wondered who she was. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I just happened to bump into her when I was questing a long time ago. I don't even remember how I ended up following her around. I think it was I had her on my friends list after running some stuff, and then I had a falling out with the guild I was in, and I was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And at some point, she decided to just make her own guild and not give a shit about the guild progression system
Yeah.
because people were basically just making super guilds to like
Yeah. That's
get
how WoW was. Yeah. I
Yeah,
remember.
people were making Zerg guilds and
Mhm.
or they were being like small. So with guilds, the renown, which is guild experience,
Renown.
you started seeing in chests as soon as you joined the guild, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But that's basically guild experience. And if your guild is small enough, you get a bonus to the amount of renown you get. It's up to like ×3 or something like that renown
Mm.
from looting that stuff. So if you're a small guild with like 6 people that log on all the fucking time, you can level up your guild faster than a big Zerg guild with 100 people.
Yeah, I like Zergs.
So yeah, it's anyway. She's just had her casual guild going on, and she's kept at it. And she takes breaks from the game too, but she's stayed pretty consistent.
Yeah, she kind of struck me as being like maybe one of the better players in DDO, which is why I was like kind of digging. I was like, how good is this person that we just met? Because she was talking about writing guides and stuff, and I was like, usually when they're writing guides, they're like running the fucking community, you know?
Well, like I said, she's part of the players' council. I don't know if she is right now, but she is. She's been like on and off part of the players' council.
Yeah, that's dope as fuck. We have a CSM on EvE, and that's quite an achievement when they managed it. I did it one time on Terra. I took Primarch in Feral Valley, like the 7th Primarch or something like that. It was awesome. Hard, because you have to get like votes, you know? So you have to sit in the trade chat and fucking beg people and bribe people, but it's fun.
It sounds like a dumb system if they allow that.
It's votes. That's what it was. Terra's dead now, but it was votes, and you had to get them. I got it because I was the first hunter on Feral Valley.
And I'm gonna be so much more powerful next time I play. Going to Air Savant.
Mm. I am going to go back to hardcore.
World of Warcraft.
We could play anything else.
I don't want to play fucking WoW. I'm trying to be done with that game and not
No,
go back.
no, I said we could play anything else. I didn't say wow. I said we could play anything else. Yeah.
I actually just got Below the Stone, and I wanted to try playing that some more because
Below the Stone. What's that?
it's an extraction game where you're basically a dwarf going through mines and fighting like slimes and goblins and shit.
Why haven't I heard of this?
And if you die, you drop all your shit.
Yeah, that sounds. Oh, it looks like Spelunky? Or no, just the pictures on this guy's video look like Spelunky.
But yeah,
Roguelike.
yeah, it's in early access, of course, but it's been out for a little while. They've had time to give it some updates and polish from when they first put it on Steam.
It looks like Spelunky. I love Spelunky.
Yeah, I played it for like half an hour this morning before I got out of the house.
I couldn't get my friends to do Spelunky. I was like, I can't deep dive Spelunky because I don't want to do it alone, but it's such a good game.
Oh, this one's a single player game.
So you can kind of see the.
Oh no, this looks better than Spelunky. Wait, you can dig through stuff?
Yep.
The wall is slightly.
If you want, you can just like fuck off and start digging through mines instead of looking for monsters to kill.
Why can't they make these games 3D? Because they're not fucking AAA. It's
Yeah,
so
they don't have the budget to
They
do
just
something.
don't have the budget. It sucks. I don't know though. I knew a AAA or sorry, not AAA, but a third party developer who hung out in the back of the coffee shop I used to be at, and I watched him do on his iPad tons of 3D stuff, like really easily.
And this is kind of
stuff on
this is the
purpose.
core gameplay
I swear to God.
mechanic. Oh, dude, we found a beer. Dwarven.
His problem was drawing 3D. I think one of the reasons they do 2D like this is because the amount of time it takes to create the artwork that that looks good is so like that's too constraining for a coder. You know, usually they can't pay the artist to make the art look good.
Stout, okay. And some flasks. Look at us go. This is kind of the core gameplay
Look at us go.
mechanic of Below the Stone is you kind of get tossed into these randomly generated
See, this is the graphics that Barony has.
worlds, and the randomly generated worlds are these big open mines that have like a ton of.
Can you base build though? In this game, what's it called?
Nope.
See, that's the problem.
There's a central town hub you go to after a mission.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mission based, huh? Okay.
It progresses
Secrets
as you
and
go, like more
resources
NPCs,
and
and you build them up and stuff. But yeah, there's no base building.
How much was it, Baegon?
I think it's $20 base.
20? That's not bad.
You can dig through everywhere, so it's kind of like a big open world game.
There's a one coming that does have base building that I am excited about that looks like this a little bit, but I think better. Streets of Rogue 2 is coming out. I think should have been out this year, or they said it was this year, but I like the Streets of Rogue 1. That's a good game. And so they're saying the only real difference between 1 and 2 is that they're adding base building to the second one. So that's sort of more like Project Zomboid. I really wanted to play Project Zomboid, but I don't want to do it alone, you know. Wonder what that costs now. It's gotten so much more popular. Yeah, only $20 still. That's good. I mean, Rust Hardcore Zombies is better than this, though, in every single way. Actually, I don't know. They have a whole bunch of books in this game, Project Zomboid, and the books make it better. Just like the one we were playing, 7 Days to Die. The book system makes these games, and that's something that Rust doesn't do. Rust is Extraction. All right, well, I'm gonna go back to FFXI and WoW. No, I think I will do Overwatch 2. EvE and FFXI and oops, yep. We're going to play some Overwatch 2 today. Yes, and I need to change my title. This DDO session is ending, guys. I'm going to switch it up to Overwatch 2 and FFXI and EvE, and so that'll be Overwatch 2 comp healing and FFXI Horizon and EvE. And yes, that should do. Then we come and you are screwing up. Why are you screwed up? No. Okay, Overwatch 2. 27.9, not bad, except I misspelled healing. God damn it. Is the Below the Stone multiplayer?
I just told you no.
No. I'm sorry, did I already ask?
Yeah, you were talking about it, so I just told you.
I think we should play Barony, but then I've already said that.
Oh, I'm also trying to not, I don't know.
Not play as much. I get it.
Yeah, there's only so many games I can be dipping my
all at once. See, I don't have that philosophy. I'll just keep putting more fingers and more plums and pies. Oops, no, I'm not doing ranked. I'll do competitive, healing, okay, then, Master at Arms Cerebral Accelerator, Infiltrator drones are going in drones, and Hammerhead drones, and lots of these things. I don't know if I have all this. Oh, I have to do my YouTube title. Are you actually streaming right now? No, you aren't. Oh my god. At least I'm recording. Oh my god, you stupid piece of shit. I forgot. Why aren't you starting with someone? Watch 2. Okay, then we will say FFX. Or sorry, I'm looking for YouTube. This is my most. Mr.
Oh,
Boost.
if we
Ooh,
get the
Mr. Beast
chance,
is getting sued. Nice. Sorry, go ahead.
of course he's getting sued. He's a piece of shit.
But what were we saying?
Yeah, so there's an item we need to get you if we ever get the opportunity. It's
Okay.
broken, fucking overpowered shit. I don't know why it's even in the game,
Nice.
but it's a level 11 pair of boots from doing a level 12 quest. The quest itself is a pain in the ass, but we might run it. I don't know. But these boots are called Golden Greaves. They have 21% run speed.
Ooh, yes.
They give you a bonus against disease and poison saves, so you're less likely to get negged by those things. And the thing that's really broken, it has DR 15. Reduces all physical damage by 15.
Bard set, is it?
No, it's just boots
Oh,
off
boots. Oh.
off of like an optional in the middle of a quest.
What size are the boots? Are they like heavy?
There's no such thing.
Oh, there's no weight class. Okay.
Yeah, they're just boots.
I was thinking it's cool when they put run speed on really heavy boots.
But yeah, so the highest DR you can get anywhere outside of those boots is like 6. So there's level 11 boots that have 15 on them is busted, and I don't know why it's in the game because it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
But yeah, so those boots are incredibly good.
Yeah, we should. I'm down. I like playing DDO with you. I'll do it anytime you want, buddy. I don't want to pay attention or learn it, but if you can get over that barrier, I think we could play it forever, which is a good thing, you know. Not learning it might be kind of offensive, but or maybe offensive is the right word, yeah. But like, might be kind of like annoying. But
I'm just trying to figure out where I've been hiding my little trinkets.
I'm just too lazy to learn an old MMO that doesn't have fishing, you know?
I'm okay with not having to fish in a game ever again.
I know. Remember what you said? You said something that I remember forever. You were like, I just want to mine ore, right? I just want to sit around and fish. I'm an old man who had a career and now I'm like retired. And I want to sit around and fish in my MMOs. Like Rust.
Well, if it's a meaningful thing that actually gives me some kind of tangible benefit for doing it, then yeah, that could be nice just to relax and do stuff like that.
Yeah, fishing Booty Bay, or it's not Booty Bay. Fucking fishing Ratchet is really awesome because there's like 3 oily blackmouths there, and that's a lot of really good hardcore gold. Or I would definitely not waste my time fucking fishing. I'll tell you that.
Well, one thing I'm really looking forward to, I just saw it this last week. So Overlord is my favorite anime I've ever watched. I really fucking love Overlord, and I'm really angry that they haven't come out with the next season yet.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what's causing all these damn delays in Overlord coming out. Like, I heard it was after season 3, the studio, they're working on several things. They've been split, and they decided to do an Overlord movie that covers like a chronological gap in the story before they actually pick up season 4. It's based off of a light novel, so I know the story's already been made. They already know what they're doing. They're just having to animate the work that's been made. But I absolutely fucking love the music, the design, everything about Overlord. It really is my favorite anime.
I will watch Overlord. I will watch it.
Yeah. It is an isekai, but it's...
What's isekai? That's the one that's like 700 episodes that are slow boil, right?
Isekai is a genre.
Yeah. Oh, it's a genre?
Usually it involves something along the lines of somebody dies or something happens if he doesn't die. But something happens to a guy or girl, and this person is like reborn in a different world or something like that. And in this one, it's a guy that basically has been playing like the World of Warcraft of his time, and he had a big guild with all kinds of friends, and they did all kinds of stuff, and like they were the best guild on the server. And then finally, after 13 years, the servers are shutting down, and he is in his guild hall just reminiscing on the last hour before the server shut down, and only one of his buddies even bothered logging in to say goodnight. And then he's like, I'm going to wait till the servers boot me off. And then suddenly he falls asleep, and he wakes up, and now he is his character in his castle.
Awesome! I want that to happen.
But his
That's
castle
the storyline?
is no longer in the world of Yggdrasil, which is the MMO that he played.
The princess is in another castle, of course.
Now he finds his entire guild hall with all of his abilities and items and everything has been transported to a fantasy world with like low magic and shit. So he's like a god necromancer sorcerer in a low magic fantasy world where no one even knows he exists because his guild hall's been just transported to like underground somewhere in the middle of nowhere. So it's like he's trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. All of his AI, like their bots and stuff that they have in the game, actually have personalities based on what their creators program into them, and their actual. Well, and that's one of the things he's trying to come to grips with is like all these his buddies NPC bots that they made are now like actual living, breathing characters in this world that he's in.
Cool. That's a really good.
Anyway,
plot.
I really like Overlord. There's a lot of like hidden subtext in it.
Yeah.
Stuff that I wouldn't want to spoil in case you actually do watch and decide you like it. But,
No, that's a cool plot. Yeah.
but on Crunch, well, it's like the empire building that he gets into because there's a lot of isekais out there. It's an overdone genre, but the take that Overlord takes on it is unique. At least I haven't seen one that follows the exact same vein. And I really like the subplots and the text and all that shit. I really like Overlord. I really fucking do. And as I've rewatched it several times, I start realizing there's a lot of like hidden shit that I hadn't noticed that is only just barely hinted at, and it's really foreshadowing what's going to happen later in the game or in the story. But Crunchyroll just last week started sending out ads and banners and shit because there's a mobile phone app that's coming out for Overlord, and I know apps are usually fucking pay pig bullshit garbage games, but it actually looks decent. It looks like it's one of the better phone apps, and if it's actually worth whatever amount of money I inevitably will have to spend to play it, I might actually get into that phone app.
Yeah, phone apps.
I know they're mostly shit.
No,
Maybe
they're mostly just Clash of Clans most of the time.
Well,
It's
this
usually
one
just
might be
tower
shit,
events.
but I'm gonna play it and I'm gonna hope for the best.
There's nothing.
We'll see if it's good or not.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I don't want to get stuck into something where I spend like Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, which I played for a while, where I end up spending a bunch of money and fucking wasting like 3 years playing this game that eventually I just decide I don't even want to touch anymore.
Yeah.
Although that was also Star Wars nostalgia bait, but as they started adding more Disney shit into it, it got less and less interesting.
I think the only good cell phone game is Hearthstone.
So that's not a cell phone game. That is a game with a cell phone port.
No, it was originally cell phone. It took it 2 or 3 years to hit PC.
I was pretty sure it was PC initially.
No.
I remember playing Hearthstone when it first came out. I thought they had it on PC.
You can Google it.
Okay, well, you could definitely get it on BlueStacks, which is the same thing, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay, well, it's been long enough. I played Hearthstone a little bit, decided, okay, this is kind of neat, but I'm not going to play it that much, and I don't want to spend money, and it looks like you have to spend a bunch of money to actually play it, so I kind of burnt out.
I never spent a cent, and I must have clocked like 3,000 hours or something. I believe it to be the greatest free game ever made, because you don't have to spend any money at all.
Okay, well, it wasn't my thing. I didn't want to log in every day to do my quests to get my
Magic
small...
the Gathering is better, but I enjoy Hearthstone more. It's easier to get into than Magic is. Magic requires all this work to build a deck and think all this time, and deck building is a part of that game too, Hearthstone, but it's dedicated much more towards the digital audience who want to be gratified right now, you know? And the only thing I'll play Hearthstone anymore is Battlegrounds, which is a 1v8 where you fight 7 other dudes, and the one who has the most health at the end wins. Or I'm sorry, the one who survives wins. And that's the only form of Hearthstone that I'll play, but it's really good, fighting 7 other dudes turn after turn, right? So if there's one guy that's really doing really well, you're going to see him once every 8 turns, and he might knock you out. That's actually kind of cool. But that's the only thing left on Hearthstone that's really fun, because they don't make it fun anymore. Sad. They let Hearthstone die. It's not a gacha game. It's there's nothing worth buying on it. You know? You can buy packs, but why? They give that to you for free. There's other good cell phone games out there, but I think the motion ones like Pokemon Go are good. I really like. Have you ever played Shattered Pixel Dungeon?
No, I haven't played that.
That's a really good roguelike. It's the cell phone roguelike. It's very famous, and it's always been completely free. And it's a really, really genuinely good dungeon crawler. And it's a rogue. It's like the original rogue, basically. But done for cell phones and done for 10-year-olds. Very accessible. There's like 100,000 Shatter Pixel dungeon clones out there because it's like the most successful rogue in history.
Yeah, and I almost died from the cringe on work or on Friday at work when I was going up the stairs and one of the fucking, they're usually kind of lefty, but like one of the art workers was walking down the stairs in this fucking pod of people that they always fucking travel together. It's so creepy. Like it's like they're all married to each other or some shit. But one of them had an Overwatch. Everyone needs a hero shirt. He almost died.
I can't believe I just stomped this idiot in. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt. It's really funny when you solo a Genji like that. It's really funny. I just told him that in the chat.
What, people that wear Overwatch Everyone Needs a Hero shirts are super cringe?
Oh yeah, like Overwatch, I don't know. Overwatch is cringe because there's so much porn of Overwatch.
That's one of the reasons why it was popular.
It's the only reason why I think it even really got popular. Yeah, I would say.
Well, I mean, I've heard the stories.
There's so much porn of Overwatch.
There was so much porn of it that was so well done that people
was so well done.
Porn and they were like, "Oh, is this a game? Oh, I'll go play that game."
They did, and then like, well, then it also sparked like the biggest, you know, esports revolution sort of Fortnite, because it is fun for anybody really.
I mean, I thought it was fun when it first came out. I don't like what they've done with it from
I do. It's the only
a
version
lot of
of
different
healing.
angles.
It's the only healing I think that's left in the industry. I don't think WoW has healing. Well, actually, no. EvE has logistics, which is EvE healing. That's real healing, like classic WoW used to be.
I'm talking more about like the ESG stuff, the ESG, DI, fucking woke points.
What
woke
points?
good bike.
Oh, I don't know about that. This game is horrifically gun-loving. I think there's
gun-loving
characters
is not a right-wing thing. Karl Marx was talking about not surrendering the guns under any circumstance. Okay, it's not a left-right thing. It's a, do you have a brain or do you not have a brain? Because everyone should want guns. That's not a left-right thing. I want to make that very clear. There's definitely right-wingers that don't like guns, and there's left-wingers that don't like guns, but it's not a left-right thing.
I am a left-winger who owns guns.
Well, yeah, I know, but
all my best friends own many firearms.
Well, if I heard you correctly, you basically said, "Oh, it's not super left-wing. They have guns."
No, I'm talking about the themes, buddy. I'm talking about Reaper, like Pharah, Sabra to a degree. There's like very dark things here, like Roadhog, Ramatra, Junker Queen. There's like dark themes of like not necessarily right-wing things, but like violence. And when I think of gun violence, I think right-wing.
You haven't been following the news like I have, then.
I don't think of violence and right-wing as the same thing. That's a terrible thing to say. I think of gun rights and right-wing being the same thing. Do you understand? I don't think right-wing and guns have anything to do with violence. I think they're like oil and water, honestly. I'm sure it happens, but if it does, it's outlier stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say, I hear a lot more about left-wingers going on shooting sprees than I do right-wingers.
Really? Now that's odd. Now, okay, now there's one time I can think of any shooter that's ever not been Republican, and it was that guy who shot up the Democrat baseball game.
Okay, yeah, the one that shot the
baseball game. Remember that one?
Democrat
the senators.
Game.
Yeah.
It was like the congressional.
The congressional. Well, yeah, but the people he shot at was the liberal side of the team.
No, he shot Republicans.
Oh, he
The
did?
Republicans were the ones sent to the hospital.
I need to relook at the case. It's
There
been
were
many
no
years.
Democrats sent to the hospital in that case. I am quite sure
Are
of
you
that.
sure? I thought it was Democratic people
I
who
know
were
for
shot.
a fact the one person everyone was talking about
We
was a
should
Republican. Though.
redive it. I'll go look at the Wikipedia of the case. I might be wrong. I'm telling you what I remember. It might not be accurate.
And then we have one of the few respectable Republicans in office, Rand Paul, almost got murdered by his neighbor, I think it was.
Yeah.
Like, just, I can't remember, something about his lungs. Like, he actually got badly injured.
We've had two attempts on Trump this year, and I don't know why anybody but a leftist would make an attempt on Trump.
We've had 2 attempts where the guy had a gun and was trying to shoot Trump.
Yeah.
We've had more than 2 where a guy had a gun and tried to get to Trump.
Yeah.
There's been well more than 2. It's only 2 where there were actual shots fired.
Right, which is, I'm trying to...
So, yeah, there's Trump. Let's see, there were, during the Berlin Winter riots that were going on, there was a guy that literally saw, I think the dude just had a MAGA hat or something, but there's a guy that went, hey, we got a Trumper over here, and he just fucking walked right behind him and popped him in the back of the head with I believe it was just a pistol. But yeah, there have been a lot of just straight up murders where it's not like there's something else going on. It's one guy's left, one guy's right, and the guy on the left decided to go pull a gun. And it's over something like, you like Trump, so I'm going to shoot you, that kind of shit. We're talking like straight up schizos, where disconnected from reality. I think it's okay to go murder someone on the street because he supports a different presidential candidate.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about an overall theme that we're discussing here, which is this assumption that violence is always like some right-wing thing. It is not in anywhere form. And I've been really working on that element of my biases.
Well, so like one thing I can say where a lot of misinformation gets spread, and this is the kind of stuff that like the Young Turks will push, for example, is when they try to say that the right has a stranglehold on violence, the stats they will use are heavily misleading.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about, is the public's perception. I am poisoned by it, and I work every day trying not improve the division, not further the division by assuming that right-wingers are violent or have anything to do with anything but an outlier having to do with gun crime or anything like that. Sorry, I got a 5.
Let me spit this out before you go on what you're.
Go ahead. I'm done talking.
No, I need to finish the part that I was saying.
Go ahead.
So a very common thing that places like Young Turks, and I'm talking specifically left-wing activists trying to make the right sound bad to people that listen to them, they will take gun statistics, and when they'll reduce it down to the left-right, oftentimes they'll include suicides as gun statistics, even though that's not a legitimate gun violence statistic. But what they will do for left versus right is they will include Islamic terror attacks as right-wing violence because they have a religious motive. But if we're talking like the United States of America, left-right, I don't think it's fair to include Islamic terror attacks as a
that is a strong, good point. Absolutely. I think they do chalk up every single time somebody uses a gun as right-wing. It's kind of crazy.
So that's how they can say what they're saying and be correct in their worldview, but be completely incorrect in reality. Let's say Islamic terror attacks are right-wing violence, and I'm like, no, they're fucking not.
I've got this thing bouncing around in my head that I heard in the last couple of days on a YouTube video, and I'm not even sure which one it was, but they were saying that like there was 2,000 school shootings during Trump's fucking presidency. And my first thought was not, oh my god, there was 2,000 school shootings during Trump's presidency. Why are you trying to make the point that way? Does Trump have anything the fuck to do with school shooters, right? Now, it's weird because I feel like I'm fighting a Republican right-wing point here, but it's actually about the biases that the leftists have that aren't fair. You know what I'm saying?
Well, like, I hate the fuck out of Biden, but I'm not going to act like Biden increased school shootings, even if I had stats saying there were more than during his time. Because that's not a fair or correct point.
It might be. Yeah, why do we try to draw it like the president has anything to do with school shootings? I don't think he does, you know? It's stupid.
In a lot of areas, the president has very little power. Like, for example, I know I'm going to say stuff you might disagree with right here, but Trump was a good money president.
I do not disagree with you, no.
Most of the arguments against Trump's
better than Obama.
The arguments against Trump's economic talents were mostly COVID-related, but the problem is, it's unfair to criticize him for at least most of the arguments I've heard, because most of them revolve around what's really the governor's lock down their states and shut down the economies. Trump didn't have control over that. The president is not an emperor. The governor locked down their states. The governors trashed the economy. Trump made mistakes. Everyone made mistakes, but the mistakes as far as like why the economy fucking flatlined during the end of his presidency, it was governors.
Yeah, like I am, like, you know, I think I remember saying to you this year something that I wasn't very proud of, which is that I love making fun of figureheads. It's fun, you know? But I'm kind of done with that now a little bit. I'm kind of done with blaming the president with the fucking, like, the country's problems.
Well, I mean, I go to church plenty often, and one thing the pastors are always very clear on is don't fucking put all your hopes on the president. The president is God, and God will do what he wants to do regardless of who's in office.
Well said.
You know, like, don't think the world's gone to hell just because we have I mean, hell, before Moses came and led the Israelites out of Egypt, you had fucking Pharaoh going around murdering all the 2-year-old and younger boys because he was afraid of a prophecy that he was going to get unseated.
That's very true.
You know, like...
at least according to the historians. We weren't alive back then, but that's the story, yes.
The Jewish Torah stuff on historical accounts has been very reliable and accurate, and there's no reason to disbelieve any of that stuff, for even if you were an atheist.
No, I'm referring to my existential crisis of I don't know if anything's real because I wasn't there. It wasn't anything to do with, you know. Sorry.
Like, if you're an atheist and you're trying to say, well, I don't think he really summoned, like, roaches and, or not roaches, locusts and actually...
if you're an atheist, you can't even go that far. There is no he.
Well, there would still be... whatever, you're making a weird meta.
I'm just messing with you to make a joke. I'm sorry. I've argued with too many philosophical or metaphysically inclined people to not poke fun at it a little bit.
For example, there's a lot of evidence that Jesus Christ existed on this earth. You could argue his... No, he wasn't black.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't. You can argue
no
his
white men
divinity.
in the Middle East, and we've had this argument before. Do you remember?
Yeah, we have, and all governments
Jesus was black.
No,
Ronald Reagan was the devil. Just kidding.
Ronald Reagan term 2 is pretty incompetent.
I'm quoting the Boondocks.
Ronald Reagan abolished insane asylums, and we've seen how poorly that.
Reagan was okay. Reagan didn't do anything wrong except Reaganomics.
Well, I'm not a Reagan scholar. I've mostly just heard other people's opinions on him. I haven't actually studied Reagan.
He didn't Watergate us or COVID or 9/11 us, so he's a good fucking president. Reaganomics set us back 20 years, so Reaganomics sucks, but I mean, it wasn't just Reagan that pushed Reaganomics, it was the fiscal conservatives in the country, as usual, you know?
From what I've heard, the Watergate thing wasn't even Nixon's thing. It was literally just agents under his party that did something bad that got linked to him because he was president, but he actually didn't even know what was going on.
I don't know. There was a greed motive, as always, and there was somebody to profit, but I don't think it was him. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's called a standalone complex, where different people...
Very good, Baegon. Very good. That is true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Different unrelated cells with the same overall goals do things not in sync that look like they're in sync to an outside perspective. It's a standalone complex.
I wish you were a spy master, Baegon, like for the CIA.
I wish I made the money a spy master makes, because I
think you would be a very, very, very good one. You wouldn't make the fucking mistakes that the CIA made. You're just not dumb like that.
Well, I'm not a glow-in-the-dark retard that wants to cause the downfall of humanity. Like, for example, I respect Japan. I never would have fucking castrated Japan for a dozen generations because I was so afraid that they might start worshipping Hirohito again. No, they did horrible shit to the Japanese people after World War II. Like, I agree with the bombing. I think they were all necessary, and I would.
I do not.
And I'm just saying.
His own, you know.
I fully support the bombing. I do believe it was the morally correct thing to do, and I think what the CIA did afterwards to like neuter Japan and make them never a threat again was completely fucked up and way beyond any kind of scope they ever should have been allowed to get into.
I can speak on nuclear proliferation as I wrote a long paper for it in college, but I don't think we have the time really. I can tell you about why we did that, which is that if we can't have it, nobody can have it. That's the whole fucking basis behind nuclear wars. If we don't win, nobody wins. Understand? It's
to stop a ground invasion. We didn't want the blood and.
It's this idea that if you attack us, if you don't let us win this war, we will nuke everybody, and that is why we won the war. And that is, and the American scholars will tell you the same. I mean, I'm only repeating what I've heard.
Well, nukes had nothing to do with Germany's defeat. That was because So Japan, all the allied powers.
There's many reasons why we dropped the bomb. I'm talking about the actual fucking power play behind it. The power play behind it is it making the world understand that if America doesn't win, nobody does. And this is exactly how the American politicians were able to convince the leadership to do it. Is they were like, if we do not make the power play showing the world that if we don't win this war, nobody wins the war, then we'll lose the war. And that's what any nuclear proliferation person will tell you anyways. Is if we don't win, nobody wins. It worked too. When we had to drop that bomb on somebody.
I'm telling you, Japan would have been devastated a hell of a lot worse if we didn't drop those bombs.
Japan, quote-unquote, Pearl Harbored us, which I've always thought is an inside job to get the public to accept going to war or dropping a nuclear bomb. But we were going to drop the bomb on somebody. If it wasn't them, it would have been Russia or Germany or Italy or somebody, you know?
Japan, Pearl Harbor, they had a grudge against the West because of how we treated them after World War I. They knew that we were going to be butting heads because we kept supporting China as they were invading it. They wanted us out of their affairs, and they thought a strike like Pearl Harbor would neuter us and make us actually just cede to their demands. And if they had hit our aircraft carriers, they might have actually pulled it off, but they didn't. Yes, there's a lot of reasons to think that there were shenanigans going on, but if we have too much manufacturing capability and too big of a population. A naval war between Japan and the United States. Japan, if they can't knock us out immediately with the first strike, we would always win because we can make like 6 aircraft carriers to their 1. Yes. Once our war machine turns up and we're actually making ships. They cannot outfight and outproduce us. They can only surprise attack us into submission before we get churning more ships out.
I've always had this weird assumption, I guess, from something that I heard when I was a child, that the Japanese didn't have as much metal ore.
It's the iron in Japan.
It's iron in Japan is very poor quality, right?
That's why katanas actually aren't as impressive as they act like they are. It's
it's Guns, Germs, and Steel is where I remember hearing this. Guns, Germs, and Steel is a very good book about this. Like Guns, Germs, and Steel is about the 3 things that pretty much drive the modern world, which is guns, germs, and steel. When the Japanese didn't have steel,
well, like the katana was good in the area of Japan because of all the advanced smithing techniques they used to make them.
Knowledge they were very rich in. Yes, the knowledge of like the Hattori Hanzo thing. Yes.
Yeah. So the problem is they were working with shit metal. So they had a great technique, and that compensated for it. So the katana wasn't just a bad weapon because they had refined garbage metal to the point where it was a good weapon. But like you look at just European longswords, because we had good iron sources. Our longswords were, at least my understanding is overall better because we could make a lot of them. You didn't need like lineages. You didn't need an industry around making longswords like you did.
When you say our longswords, are you meaning like Britain or America?
Well, like England, France,
like the West, I guess.
Yeah, I'm talking
the West.
I'm talking Western European.
Because I was like, I don't remember Americans having long swords. I think that's like a British thing.
I mean, white Americans usually came from.
Oh yeah, what did we?
So I'm referring to that.
What is America's favorite sword?
I'm talking about when we used to kill each other with long swords. So of course I'm talking about when my ancestors were living in Europe.
What is America's favorite sword? I wonder. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure it's katana. Everyone's been weeaboofied. Or weebified.
Favorite sword is the Army Officer's Saber, model 1902, is the favorite sword in its service, is what I meant. It's a cavalry saber. It's a model 1902 Officer's Saber.
Because that's going to be what they were using in the War of Northern Aggression.
Yeah, so you said longsword, and I thought, I don't believe it's longsword. I believe it's something else, and I think it is actually saber.
No, I'm talking about like medieval times. Like the go-to weapon was the longsword.
It was.
Do one hand or two. It was very. It was great.
Did you play what's the Croatian game? Kingdom Come, yeah.
Kingdom Come Deliverance was amazing. I love that they didn't bow.
Sequel's coming, Baegon. I'm excited.
I know. Yeah. I'm sure they're gonna keep to not bowing to left-wing pressure groups that want them to make everyone black. For example, like
like me. Jesus is black. Damn it.
He was not black.
Yes, he was.
He was.
There's no white people in the Middle East. There's no white people still in the Middle
And as I
East.
discussed with you, the United States government, for the longest time, I think it might have changed recently, but always considered people in, well, the desert regions in the Middle East, considered them to be Caucasian.
Okay. Caucasus
They,
Mountains.
they have fallen under the label of Caucasian for the. In fact, Mexicans were considered Caucasians for a long time until recently. So
Okay.
you have to
I think you're
understand.
right. I think you're right.
There's a historical precedent. When we talk black, we're talking people with fairly dark skin, and no Middle Eastern person looks like what we think of as black. So no.
No Middle Eastern person looks like what we think of Jesus. Long flowing white hair.
If you're talking what Catholics have painted on their walls and murals.
Yes, I'm talking about the Catholic depiction that you see on the average American mantle or wall or whatever of, Jesus at the Last Temptation or Supper or whatever. That is not what Middle Eastern people look like.
So don't
So
forget,
I say
there have been
Jesus
a lot
was
of.
black because I don't know what color Jesus was. He wasn't real.
Of course, he was real.
I'm
He's
kidding. I'm
one of
sorry.
the most well-documented historical figures.
Just trying to insult you as many times as I can in
No,
5
like,
minutes. I'm
Jesus
sorry.
is very well documented
I
in
know, I'm
Roman
kidding,
records
Baegon,
and stuff.
I'm
Like, I don't think there's any ancient historical figure that has as many records from.
So why did
From people-
why did the Catholics depict Jesus as white if that whole area of the world wasn't white? Is a better
Because
question.
back during the days of the Catholic Church being a monolithic entity and having a stranglehold over governments and shit, remember back before Martin Luther had his revolution with the printing press, the Catholic Church had the Bible in Latin. Only trained Catholic priests authorized by the Vatican could read what was in the Bible. The peasants had to trust whatever the priest said was in the Bible. So the priests, for whatever reason, they decided, oh, Jesus is white now, probably to make Europeans feel better about themselves.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't know the exact reasons. I would imagine it's because they wanted Europeans to feel better about themselves. Maybe there was some kind of racial supremacist undertone. I don't know.
Right.
But you had a monolithic organization called the Catholic Church deciding what Jesus looked like. And remember, people back then couldn't travel long distances, at least not if they were like anything but a merchant.
So what does Jesus
one-
look like? An Arabian man, do you think?
What do you think, like an early English townsman that has
Kind of
adopted Christianity? What do you think he thinks a Middle Eastern person looks like? Because he probably has no concept of that area of the world.
Probably like a Moor, right? Like just like a black man.
Well, but unless if you lived in Spain, you wouldn't know what a Moor was.
Good point.
I'm saying the world was much more insular back then. People didn't know what people in other parts of the world looked like. So yeah, when you had artists in England or France or Germany coming up with depictions of Jesus, yeah, they make him look like their guy next door.
That's true.
Because they don't know what a Middle Eastern person looks like. They don't know what an Arabic guy looks like. But remember, in the Middle East, there's a long history of genocides and displacements.
Yes.
So what the genetic makeup of current Middle East looks like, or even like pre-Israel being refounded after World War II, the genetic makeup of modern times is different from what it would have been 2,000 years ago.
So what did Jesus look like? He would have looked like a Middle Eastern person out of that era. What does that look like? Is it like somebody who has like kind of like...
Well, he likely had black or dark brown.
Black,
I'm not a
dark skin?
historian. He obviously had...
So Jesus
okay.
was black.
No, he wasn't. No, I said black hair. I said
I'm
black
sorry.
hair, not black skin. That's
Do you
a
see
really
how I try to cheat in my arguments? I just like get them to come to the conclusion on their own.
Wordplay is a very left-wing thing, but I know you're a left-winger.
I'm a progressive, which means
No,
that I
it-
believe in logic, honestly.
No, it does not mean you believe in logic.
Yes, it does. It means that, like,
No, I believe in logic, and I'm not a left-wing progressive.
are you sure?
I am sure. I'm sure.
Are
I'm
you
not.
sure? You're sure?
I'm not
Who
sure.
are you
I'm
voting for, Baegon? Trump?
I am voting for the eternal.
If that's
God
too
of
personal-
mankind.
Okay.
No, do you really think there's anyone but Trump I'm voting for the presidential election this
Yeah,
time around?
it was kind of a funny joke, yeah. But I was just wondering, because if you're voting for Trump, but do you like Trump?
I believe Trump is the greatest president of my lifetime and several generations back at the very least, if not further back to like Samuel Jackson or some shit like that. I'm talking, in my opinion, Trump is the
Okay.
best president we have had in generations.
Okay, so
I
you like
couldn't
Trump.
point to a specific president that I thought was better than him, but we're talking like early 1800s, 1700s for
Now-
me to find a president that I like more.
Now, do you like his personality or do you like his platforms?
So I like his platforms, politics have degraded down to a point. Well, okay, I like some of his platforms. Some of his platforms I put up with because overall I like him enough that I'm willing to overlook certain things, and that's one thing people can't seem to do anymore. Like, you have pro-lifers saying they're not willing to support Trump because he's not anti-IVF. But that's the stupidest self-harming position to take ever. That, oh, he doesn't agree with me with one thing, so I'm going to stop supporting him. That's dumb as fuck. Because everything else, you probably agree with him if you are a general right-winger Christian.
I like what you're saying. Yeah.
No, like, I don't know enough about IVF why certain Republicans and right-wingers are anti-IVF.
Yep.
I think it's because something... I don't know enough about IVF, honestly. I know it's they artificially introduce sperm into egg. Is it because they introduce a bunch of sperm to a bunch of eggs and then throw out the ones that don't seem as good? Because that might be where right-winger pro-life groups are getting upset, because then sperm meets egg is where life actually starts, and if you're throwing out eggs that you've introduced sperm to, then you are technically causing infanticide.
No,
but
I think it's... I
don't know if that's what it is.
I believe it's that the baby is born in a test tube.
Okay. Because I have zero problems with the baby being born in a test tube. I don't think that makes you not have a soul. I don't think that makes you not a human. I think it's something that we are, as humanity, as a society, we're going to have to figure out. But I don't think it makes you not a human.
I'd like to weigh in here, and I know it's kind of like a personal thing, but I am an atheist, or I guess the actual word would be agnostic. And when I think of godless things, I think of babies being born in test tubes as godless, sort of. It's about as far from God as you can get. That's like you're basically, you took God's job away and replaced it with a test tube. You know?
I'm not taking God's job away. He's still...
It's weird because I speak that like a Catholic, but I'm not a Catholic or even a God-fearing man. It's weird. But I think that's probably, I'm trying to tell you what they probably think, right?
Well, like IVF, we still put the baby
I like
inside of
IVF.
a woman.
Yeah,
we still put the baby inside of a woman and let it grow inside the woman, right? It's not like a test tube baby from start to finish.
I think it's man creates life as opposed to God creates life is what I think. I think that's what
man didn't create the egg. Man had to get that from a real human, male and female. It's not creating life. We're taking what God created and combining it.
I don't know. You know, your questions raise good questions. I don't know what the issue over IVF is. I suppose I would have to deep dive it, but I'm in a competitive match. But yes, when I get out, I'll take a look. You know?
Well, like I said, those were things I was imagining. Like I'm trying to think hypothetically.
I'm thinking hypothetically too, because I've not looked into it. I don't know what the left and right struggle is on IVF. I thought it would have to do with abortion rights, whether or not they could terminate. But I don't know what that has to do with IVF. You know?
Well, the only reason why someone IVF would want to infanticide their child is if they broke up and decided, I don't want this child by myself now. Is the only scenario I can think. Because you have to want IVF. You have to pay a lot of money to get IVF. You don't just accidentally get IVF.
Well, we'll deep dive here in a minute when I get out of the MASH.
But
take a look. Because it'll be on the Wikipedia.
Well, as far as the controversy goes, I know there's some right-wingers that are very anti-IVF. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But I do know that during that debate that Trump and Kamala had, Kamala wouldn't stop fucking flapping her lying-ass jaw about Trump being anti-IVF. When Trump has stated he's fully fine with IVF, he doesn't consider it an issue. He has no problem with IVF.
I think you're right. I think I've heard that.
Well, that's what I get down to usually when I'm talking about like left-wing criticism of Trump. Like, there's things to criticize. He's not a perfect man. He has a lot of problems. Criticize the real things. Don't make up shit. And that was Kamala making up shit, factually. Undeniably factually making up shit when she's trying to go after him for IVF, because he doesn't have that as an issue. People are anti-Trump because he's not IVF enough.
Okay, well here, I'm gonna put, can you hear my stream right now? No, I guess you can't.
I can hear stuff in the background, yes.
Okay, so then let me get out of the match, hold on. And we'll run what Trout
We
said.
want to make it easier for mothers and
We'll run what he said during the rally. I'm sorry, during the rallies.
Okay, yeah, because I'm interested to hear more. I've only heard so much, and I'm basing my opinions on what I have heard. But yeah, it's like the IVF thing sounds ridiculous to me. That it's like Kamala's trying to make a big deal in the debate.
Oh, let's hear what he says. This is Trump says he supports IVF in response to Alabama ruling, is what the CNN headline says. I don't know why we got CNN off this. Let's see if we can get something better, maybe or at least a little bit more. Here's something from ABC News. I think I trust that more.
Okay. It's important to understand Trump is not a radical pro-lifer.
No,
he's more pro-life than a current Democrat, but he's not a radical pro-lifer.
No, not at all. No.
He believes in like
Rust Belt, an
heartbeat bills,
overnight
and radical pro-lifers are well before the heartbeat. They want that baby protected.
making a promise about IVF. Selena Wang is in La Crosse,
Oh,
Wisconsin,
he wants to make
where Trump
IVF free.
held a town hall last night. Good morning, Selena.
So no, I don't think. I think there's this. There's a what are they called? The optics in the press are that, you know, that the right wing is against IVF, but I do not believe that is the case.
Yeah, it's some people in the right wing are anti-IVF. Like I mentioned, it's definitely
Yeah, but why? So why?
like,
Okay, why
yeah,
would
I
right wingers
don't understand.
Let's just Google it. Why would the right wing?
Yeah, because like I've told you, I am about as pro-life as you can get. I am definitely a sperm meets egg pro-lifer, but I don't fucking get why they don't like IVF. And like I mentioned, I could think maybe if it's they're like discarding fertilized eggs, maybe that would be why. And I would find that disagreeable, but I wouldn't want to just stop
Embryos
IVF.
were okay. So the Alabama Supreme Court ruled that embryos are children under the law. So if you kill an embryo, you are killing a child, same as abortion, which threatens access to IVF in the state. Now I don't know, they don't say why, and the source is NPR. But Republicans have tried to send a clear and unified message. The Senate GOP campaign arm advised those running for office to clearly state their support for IVF and publicly oppose any efforts to restrict access to the treatment in a memo to candidates obtained by NPR. In her Republican response to President Biden's State of the Union, Alabama Senator Katie Britt said, "We strongly support continued nationwide access to in vitro fertilization." And so the Republican response to this is actually pro-IVF, but many GOP lawmakers have spent years arguing that life begins at conception. And so there's this, you're getting us something interesting here, Baegon, is I don't think the press has arrived to what the core issue is here, because I'm not sure there is a dispute here.
Yeah, like we're talking like a certain I hate the term fringe because it makes them sound like they're unhinged, but we're talking like a certain segment of the pro-life movement that's taken it to this point where they want to completely shut down anything like at that point where you're getting rid of embryos. Like it's something that if they're literally taking fertilized eggs and discarding them, I don't like that. But what is it? It's like there's a war going on in your backyard and you're worried about someone's dog pooping on your front porch. You know, like there's bigger shit going on that I want to worry about. There's a fuck of a lot of things I want to write in this world before I start going after IVF. And I think people trying to go after IVF right now are literally torpedoing their own cause because there's not enough support about stopping IVF. It's a losing issue in terms of like the voting demographics of the public. It's a losing issue. It, you know, like the same reason why, even though I am very uncomfortable with homosexuality, I support the Republican Party moving past that issue because it's become an issue. Because even though I don't like it, there's I don't even know how to have a number, but there's 1,000 things I want to deal with before I go back to worrying about homosexuality in our society. I want to fix our economy. I want to build our fucking walls first. There's a lot of things I want to do before I even consider tackling the issue of homosexuality, as long as we're staying away from our kids and out of our schools. In terms of like education propaganda, I mean, I don't mean like a gay kid has to get kicked out of school. I mean, don't teach our kids to be gay in school. But yeah, I'm saying there's so many things that are so much more important. And again, voting wise, the public is not in support of, say, going after IVF. It's a losing issue. There's no reason to go after it when we're supposed to be fighting over, like, you know, do we want to pull out of wars? Do we want to secure our border? That kind of shit. It's not an important issue right now, and it won't be for a long time.
I agree, and I have no issue with anything that you said, actually. It's funny.
Oh, it's a sensible thing. Like right now, it's crazy that if I
have an issue with like worrying about the homophobia thing in the schools a little bit.
Well,
but I don't have an issue with any of the other things that you said, though.
I'm talking about books that they factually have been introducing to schools in left-wing areas where they literally depict anal sex and talk about boys giving each other blowjobs. And we're talking grade schoolers where they're making them read this as like their curriculum, or if it's not in the curriculum, it's in their libraries, so any kid can just pick it up at the library without mom or dad knowing and start reading what is literally gay pornography in their school library. I don't want my kid reading pornography. If my kid's going to look at pornography when he's a teenager, it's going to be because he's stuck on a computer, not because my school offered it to him.
Okay.
Like, it shouldn't be something that the school is offering to children. And I'm not talking just gay porn. I'm talking any porn. The school should not be enabling that. That should be something the kid is sneaking behind his parents' back or some shit like that. You know, like, fuck, I did it when I was a kid. It's part of growing up. But your school doesn't fucking hand that shit to you. Is my platform there?
Yep. I think I think I have some strong views on the sex ed thing. Like, I don't want sex ed before the ninth grade because I think that's when people generally start having sex. So I think it's okay that children have their innocence until they're like 14 or 15 years old. But it seems to be that the government and the leadership wants to expose them to these things when they're like 8 years old.
Well, and my take on that is they're
Or
looking
no,
at
what is it? It's like when did they teach sex ed? I think it's fifth grade, right? How old is that? That's like 10.
when
Is it?
when I was going through school, it wasn't until like seventh grade that they started doing that. But yeah, now it's like 6 year olds in some areas are getting taught sex ed.
So when I
Now,
Google what grade do
now
they teach sex ed, they say grades 6 to 12. Now no, how old is a sixth grader, right?
yeah, sixth grader would be so third
Sixth
grade
grader is like
8 years.
11 years old. I think that's early.
Yeah,
I think
it's
that's
about 11.
about 4 years early because they won't see puberty until 14. If you're teaching a kid at the age of 11 before they even go through puberty, some people don't go through puberty till like 16, I don't think. I mean, it's rare, but it happens. So like, and so you have taught them something that maybe they weren't so ready for about 5 years before they, maybe 3, 4, 5 years before they were ready for it. And I think that causes issues, you know?
Yeah, and I think a lot of them are motivated. Some of them are motivated through ill will, like actual pedophiles.
They're
that
having
want
children.
to-
One of the things that I think the right wing kind of pushed in the last 20 years is they don't like the teen pregnancy issue, and they're having children younger. So I think they try to err on the side of caution, and they're trying to educate the kids younger. But I think there is such a thing as innocence that can actually potentially be almost like an asset that can be harmed, almost like a what do the girls have, hymens or whatever. Your innocence can be this thing that can really almost dictate what your personality is, and if you lose it like 3 or 4 years early, I think it leads to a more sexualized culture, promiscuity, maybe fascination that maybe they wouldn't have had before.
Well, a lot of these issues aren't things you can solve with legislation. A lot of them are literally just societal things.
Yeah,
Like
how do
large
we
scale, our
decide?
society is sick, and we're not going to fix it with a governmental order or edict. It has to be the society from the ground up getting changed.
How do you decide culturally when is the right time to have sex? When is the time to this just happened with all those idiots in the streamer culture. They were fighting over with what's his name, the idiot. Can't think of his fucking name. What's his name? It's not Andrew Tate, but the other one, Sneeko, got in a big fight with all those idiots, Destiny and Vosh and all them, over the age of consent in Muslim countries is different from the age of consent in Western cultures. So then, what's his name got Penguin Zero got in a huge fucking fight with Sneeko and almost lost his career over trying to define what the age of not consent should be, but like when is it okay for a child to experience puberty and sex. And in some cultures, marriage happens as early as 12. And so Sneeko comes across as looking like a pederast because he comes from a Muslim culture where they marry younger, so he thinks it's okay to marry younger, which is sort of implicitly saying that you're okay to maybe having sex with, say, a 13-year-old girl if you're in a culture where it's okay to marry at the age of 13.
Yeah, that's a subject where it looks bad to be voicing.
It looks bad, and Sneeko got slaughtered in the fucking. And honestly, I think even Penguin Zero is a sort of, what's his name, Charlie is sympathetic to Sneeko's view on it. If you come from a Muslim culture like that, it is a different cultural raising. It is.
Oh, I still say 12 is way too young.
I do too, and I don't think it's okay either. And that was Penguin's point. Is it's not okay? You're arguing over the age of consent, and it is sick.
To Japan, which is 16. I think that 18 is too high.
18 is too high. 16 is
if my daughter's having sex at 16, we got some problems. But I
think
think
so,
as far as like you send you to jail because you're a pedophile,
Yep.
I think 16 is a better age than
Yeah.
18.
But we can't make it illegal for like 16-year-olds to fuck because they fuck like rabbits whether we want them to or not.
I know, and that's where it gets weird too, because it's like.
Does.
Well,
but they never talk about this. They say, "Oh, it's just bad, and we hate each other because we don't see eye to eye." They never talk about the complexities of the issue or how hard it is for a culture to arrive at a correct answer. You know, which
There
is
is
what
no correct
you're
answer
saying.
with every
There's
person.
not. No. In your household, it'll be different than my household and everybody else's.
Oh no, it's not even a household thing. People develop at different rates.
They
In
do.
the same country, a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old can be just as ready to fuck at those two ages. But you know, we have to set like a standard for who goes to jail, and I think 18 is too far for you go to jail automatically without us even thinking about it.
Yep.
It's a nuanced issue, but I'm not. I know, obviously, like I said earlier, this is an issue where it's hard to even talk about it without sounding like a pedophile.
Yeah.
But I personally, as a man who's attracted to women of an appropriate age, I think 16 is a better age for like jailing somebody.
Yeah. I think 16 is too young, but I don't want to tell people what to do with their bodies.
I'm fine with a little bit of that because societal cohesion and like moral standards and stuff. But yeah, there's a limit to how much I want to be.
See, I'm not, because we built this country on freedom, total freedom. Maybe not total, but like pretty much the ones that we care about: autonomy of body, autonomy of religion, autonomy of vote.
There was a period in like early founding years where like if you didn't go to church and they found you working, they would fucking ostracize you.
Yeah.
I remember reading a book that I think was nonfiction, like it was based on times, but like the characters were actually not completely historical, but it was like some kid that was like a bell maker or like a metal worker or something, and he did like a job on Sunday when he was supposed to be at church for like an important client. Basically it was like to keep the business running, he had to do this job, and he fucked up his hands. Like he spilled a bunch of molten metal on his hands and fucked his hands up, and he basically almost got killed by everyone in the town. They like almost ran him out of town because he was working a job on Sunday.
Yep.
Now,
No, growing up in Colorado.
I read that in school.
Go ahead. Sorry.
A long time ago. No, I was just trying to finish it up. I don't remember what the name of the book was. It was an old historical book, and it was non-fiction, I believe. But like that's my understanding. Is like they used to come at you if you even like worked at the anvil on a Sunday. So
yes.
No, this country was not founded on freedom. It was founded by people who didn't like the Church of England and wanted to be able to practice Christianity and not fake Christianity.
No, it was founded on freedom and the pursuit of happiness.
Well, people were seeking happiness and they were seeking freedom from certain societal
Freedom
ills.
is happiness.
You still need to have commonly accepted rules for there to be freedom.
Very true.
It's freedom within a commonly understood and respected system of rules.
And that's why we have law. And law makes it what's okay and what isn't.
Yeah, because otherwise your freedom imposes on my freedom, and we can't both have freedom.
I think we did have an ideal, even back in the Founding Fathers' days, of freedom of religion, freedom of body, freedom of mind, freedom of spirit. I think those were Founding Father tenets. I don't know if I can put words in their mouth, but I believe that was their ideal. And I think we've lost it somewhere. I think we had to wager the freedom. We had to like reckon the freedom. And I'm not sure we ever should have.
People didn't world travel back then like they do now. We didn't have airplanes to buzz around the world.
We have a very different world now. Yeah.
Ships that could cross an ocean were few and far between. Their religious freedoms were like a Catholic and a Protestant and a Jew. We weren't talking about Buddhists. We weren't talking about Islamics coming over.
We were talking about Catholic Protestants.
We weren't talking about Satanists or even Mormons. Yeah, we were talking about fairly cohesive, like, people that come from these countries mostly agree on stuff. They just have a different religion, and we don't want them killing each other because one's a Catholic and one's not. So the kind of religious freedom was very contextually different back then.
Yes, I agree. I don't know what the Founding Fathers wanted. I like to believe that it was freedom in the pursuit of happiness, but I think it is more like freedom under the right auspices of law.
Oh yeah, there has to be the right law, or else no one has freedom because we're just infringing on each other.
Yeah, but I grew up with this idealized view of that, like complete autonomy of body, complete autonomy of vote, complete autonomy of sexuality, complete autonomy of gun ownership, all that stuff.
Well,
And so
gun
my
ownership
interpretation of freedom and the pursuit of happiness is maybe not what they meant, and I guarantee it wasn't because they came from 300 years ago. You know?
No, with guns, they actually did believe what a modern understanding would be. If there's anything you could argue against, it'd maybe be nuclear armaments, like things that cause actual wide-scale mass destruction. But back then, in Founder times, the 1700s, we had automatic weapons.
Oh yeah, we had the Gatling guns since 1860, I think.
We had fully automatic weapons, like handguns that were fully automatic.
Yep.
Yes, they were trinkets of artifice.
They were like rolled by a like a fishing rod reel.
Yeah, we're talking like a doodad that some guy in China made.
I love old Gatling guns. Oh yeah.
There were known. I'm talking like a pistol. We had handgun pistols that were fully automatic back then. But again, we're talking about like an artificer in China invented it. We're not talking about a mass scale production thing that everyone had in their backyard. But still, they were okay with all that firearm worship. If you wanted an automatic rifle, you could have it. If you wanted a black ghost gun, assault rifle, weapon of war, scary weapon thing that people like to freak out about these days, that was okay with them. There were documents where they authorized private individuals to have cannons.
Yeah, we're a gun-loving culture. I don't care what any leftist in America says. I've not ever tried to resist that.
Well, it's not a left-right thing, like I said earlier. Actual Marxists love gun ownership. Now, they only want it for themselves, but they do support gun ownership, at least. So, anyway, what I'm trying to say is most of the weapons we have these days, we at least had a conceptual version of it back then. It's not like it's unimaginable. We had weapons that you could level a city block with back then.
Yep.
You needed money.
We had shrapnel. That's good enough to level a city block, yeah.
Well, you could have private ownership of cannons, that was like the Abrams tank back then. So yeah, they were okay with you having modern, powerful military scale weapons. And like I said, the nuclear armaments like that, like city leveling weapons, I'll entertain debates there, sure, but anything like a tank or a fighter jet that actually has military capability would have been totally okay in terms of the Founders if you could afford it and maintain it. And you weren't a psychopath. Basically, if you were able to be called on in a militia, you were allowed to have the weapons.
Yep. It's weird because I think there's this like melding of the intent between, I don't know, not intent, excuse me. Let me think about my words here. It's like we think of like, or not we, but I think the leftists think of right-wingers as violent. But I've known violent right-wing people, but I've not known any more than I have leftists.
I've never known a right-wing person that was violent beyond the "I'll punch you if you disrespect me." Yeah. You know, I'm not. But if we're talking like I'm going to pull out a gun in this mall and just try to get a body count that's really high, I've never seen or heard of a right-winger that was like that.
I have. I've met one.
Who?
Yeah.
Like
the man who I put in jail.
He was a well, so you're talking a stalker.
Yeah. I'm talking about a man who tried to kill me with a circular saw. I'm not talking about a stalker. I'm talking about a man I put in jail for attempted murder. And he was a very devoted right-wing trooper.
Okay, so you found someone that had like actual mental.
I found a bad actor. His fucking politics had nothing to do with it, which is my original point.
Yeah, I mean, a crazy person is going to be crazy.
Yeah, but the leftists, and where I'm trying to go further, you know, we lost this one because the tank couldn't get on. That's the problem. Is I think I think both sides want to hate each other, but honestly, all there is outliers on both sides to hate. You know, there's nothing to hate about either side except the outliers. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at.
Because the conversation is controlled and manipulated by powers that don't want us cooperating. Like
it's not just that. We engage this ourselves. We want to sign up on some team and look at the other side like they're the enemy. I think it's tribalism.
No, like look at Occupy Wall Street. That was actually a cohesive left and right wing, anti-establishment, anti-corporations taking advantage of people, which is crony capitalism, not capitalism, if you're going to even use that term. But it was a unified, cohesive movement. And then agents of the fucking banks and of these powerful figures started breaking it apart. Suddenly, left-wing activists were going, well, let's put the Asian people here and the black people here and the white people will be in this part of the camp. And then they started breaking it down from there because they started breaking up the cohesive movement into racial identitarianism and whatever other minorities they could make. Well, I've heard extensive testimony from people who were part of Occupy Wall Street. I was too young
Yes.
to be involved in that shit or care at that time, but I've heard
still
actually a
has
lot of
increased.
testimony from people who were directly involved in it, and that's what they've all cohesively said. Like, there's, if enough people say something, there's got to be something to it if they don't have like obvious ulterior motives. And yeah, that's what I've heard very cohesively, is that it was a unified movement until certain activist individuals and groups started literally splintering it, and they did it on ideological lines. It's like the right wing, at least the wingers I've known, don't give a fuck if you're Asian or black. If you don't like the bank and I don't like the bank, we have a common ground. Let's say fuck the bank.
Yeah.
Let's
Well
not,
said.
like I was saying earlier, like I don't care that you're gay right now. I'm worried about the fucking Chinese horde that's trying to sweep in here and turn us into American Tibet. Something like that. Like I'm worried about the greater threat out there. I'm not worried about this aspect of you right now. But we had activists going, no, let's not worry about the banks. Let's worry about this little thing. Let's put these people in that corner and those people in the other corner, and let's go do this other thing that's actually very political and divisive, so that you can't get together as a cohesive mob and take down the actual monster.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know, like the Occupy movement, I think, is a good example of a progressive era. Yeah. And it's very rare when it's like that, because most of the time I think the left sort of labels anybody who's violent or gun wielding or gun violent as right wing. And I think that's the problem that I'd like to address somehow, but I don't know how. This weird assumption, that gun violence has a political leaning.
Well,
I'm sure the people who commit gun violence have a political leaning, but I don't think the gun violence itself could be blamed on a fucking, like, a left or a right or a Dem or a rep. And but that's what's happening, though. Every time that there's a school shooting, the leftists in this country blame the right wing, like they went on down there and shot the goddamn kids themselves.
Even though it's oftentimes left wingers, like Audrey Hale, the transvestite.
It's never going to be just one or the other. It's going to be everybody. Everybody's bad actors. This is my thing about racism, is everybody's bad. You know what I'm saying? Not you, but like some people are racist, like, or whatever. My thing is, like, all of everybody's bad. How do you dislike just one, or how just a few? It's weird. They're all bad.
So, Kat, we still don't have the Audrey Hale manifesto released.
What is Audrey Hale, Baegon? I don't know that name.
Audrey Hale was the female-to-male transvestite with very bad mental problems who went to a Christian private school when she was younger. At some point, went fucking completely batshit down a bunch of rabbit trails and decided, I want to go to this Christian school and kill as many white Christians as I can.
No, that's the backstory?
Yeah. The parts of her manifesto that have been leaked were directly indicating that. I don't have, like, the quotes. Stephen Crowder has been one of the leading figures in actually exposing that manifesto. But yeah, she went to a Christian school and killed a bunch of people. I don't remember what the body count was.
What's the shooting called again? Which shooting are we referring to? What did they call it in the press?
Audrey Hale.
Audrey Hale shooting? Okay, I will do the deep dive tonight. Have you ever heard of the Scum Manifesto?
The Scum Manifesto? No.
Go Wikipedia real quick and just read the first paragraph. The lady who tried to kill Andy Warhol was this lady who was raped when she was a child and went kind of crazy, and she entered the whole Velvet Underground douchebag, leftist liberal kind of what do they call this, hipster scene in the New York 70s, and she decided that Andy Warhol wouldn't make her famous because she wrote the Scum Manifesto. And the Scum Manifesto is this idea written by a woman that all men are evil and all of them should have their dicks chopped off, and all they ever do is pretend that they aren't soft and all this. But really they're actually softer than women and all this weird shit. And I'm just trying to tell you what the main bullet points of the Scum Manifesto was.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, it looks like she's someone that probably got sexually abused by an uncle and went batshit.
Well, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly it. We know. They've been doing videos about it lately. I'll link you a good one that I just watched. Who was it? It was Oki's Weird Stories.
Yeah, it looks like this is a crazy person that should be...
Well, but yes, but the Scum Manifesto is the first time in all of mankind's history where a woman literally challenged the patriarchy. It's the only time.
If anything, this is an argument for putting them back in their hole if they're gonna say stuff like this. Like, just kill all men?
Jesus
That's fucked up, dude.
Yep, but it's an example of how we think of women as maybe perfect. Like, they never have thoughts like this, or that there's never a bad actor who's a woman or anything like this. And it comes across as toxic male, what I'm saying, but the Scum Manifesto happened. I'm not saying it to be toxic male or say that women are all evil or that they were all right to Scum Manifesto. I'm just saying that it's an example of how there's no perfect demographic that doesn't have bad actors that can look insane, crazy like that. The Scum Manifesto, you know. Even women have it, you know. There's always some crazy bad actors, so we can't say that women are bad because that lady wrote the Scum Manifesto. We can't say that all Germans are bad because Hitler wrote, you know, Mein Kampf. You know, we can't say that all right-wingers, because they like guns, they like gun violence. But I think that's what leftists do.
Okay, so Kat, if you want like a woman in history that did some fucked up shit, although it was for reasons, she wasn't just a psychopath, but Olga of Kiev is a very...
Olga of Kiev. Let me I'll check it out.
Yeah,
I'll put it on the tab.
She's actually sainted. The Catholic Church fucking sainted her.
What did she do?
Well, so she did a number of things. One thing that the thing that I remember...
They canonized her?
Yeah, they canonized her. She's from Russia. I think it was Ukrainian area.
Is she a serial killer?
I think it's Kiev, like, you know, the current capital. I think it's the capital.
Sounds right. I've heard this name before. I just don't know the story.
No, she's well known. I can't remember what city it was, if it was Kiev, actually. I'm trying to look it up here while I'm talking, so I can't... Anyway, there was a city that she didn't like because the people in the city did something that harmed her, or harmed one of her friends or her husband or some shit like that. I don't know. There's a city that pissed her the fuck off, and she had an army. And I don't know if it was enough of an army to, like, just lay waste the city. So what she did is she talked to... she sent out a herald or whatever. She sent out a messenger saying, I'm willing to forgive you and turn my army away if you'll leave. And I'm paraphrasing the rough story.
It's funny the way you said it, though. It was an excellent delivery.
So just work with me here, because it's going to be long on certain
details. I'll be quiet.
The overall story is the tale here. So she said basically, if each noble house will send me a dove as a peace offering, I will turn my army around and leave you alone, and I won't sack the city.
I've heard this before.
So yeah, all the nobles sent a dove. She's like, wow, this is a great fucking deal. They sent her doves, and then she tied like flash paper, like some kind of metal that you can light on fire and like it heats up real bad. And she tied this, whatever this fucking thing was, like a fuse of some kind, an ancient fuse. She tied it to all the birds' feet, and then let them go back to their roosts. And all these birds went back to the what the fuck you call it, pigeon roost, in all these noble houses, and these fucking fuses on their feet lit the place up.
Oh so my god.
The whole fucking city burned down.
It's almost Machiavellian. I love it.
She just tricked a bunch of idiots into giving her the tools of their destruction.
That's the kind of thing I would do.
So that was the big thing that she's really known for.
And they canonized her for what? What was it? What were the 4 miracles?
Well, let me see here. It says she traveled to Constantinople and received holy baptism.
Oh, wow.
So she converted to Christianity. She wasn't originally a Christian.
Which is a miracle for a saint, I think, yeah.
Okay, so she's venerated as a saint in the Eastern Orthodox Church, particularly in Russia. Well, it should be a giveaway if she was sainted or baptized in Constantinople. But yeah, in Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, she's well known, celebrated. They celebrate her on July 11th, apparently. Yeah, at least on the footnotes on Wikipedia, I'm not saying like the city burning down thing that I was talking about. Oh, her husband was brutally killed by the Drevlians, a neighboring tribe. And in response, she orchestrated a brutal series of vengeful attacks against the Drevlians. As she captured and buried alive 20 matchmakers who had come to propose in her.
Oh my god.
He burned alive new ambassadors that the Drevlians sent afterwards. And then
these are the miracles, are they?
Organized a massacre of the Drevlians, killing many of their warriors.
I mean, this was considered a miracle, was it?
Well, I don't know what was considered a miracle, but anyway, these are just footnotes I'm getting. But yeah, the fucking burning of that one town is the real thing that at least I learned about her first from. Yeah, if you just search like the Princess of Kiev, she'll pop up.
I'll link you this story about the Scum Manifesto because it is an interesting one. I didn't do justice to it. Oki's Weird Stories, do you know him?
No.
Oh, he's so good. He does online mystery stuff. Mysteries, right? And the Scum Manifesto is a mystery because it's the only time that any woman's ever actually stood up against the men. It's funny.
There's plenty of women that have stood up for themselves.
Stood up for themselves, but full blown, like, took on the patriarchy and made a movement to try to take them down. I don't think so.
Well, acting like it's some kind of men versus women struggle is also dumb. I mean, men and women perform different roles in society.
Yeah, that's against the tenets of feminism.
And we have different things we sacrifice for the other sex. We have different things we sacrifice just to live. I mean, the man goes out and fights the saber-toothed tiger and gets killed. The woman stays home and I don't know, cooks or takes care of the baby. There's a... Well...
No. Men and women can both kill the saber-toothed tiger. It's just that men go do it because they're probably physically more fit to do it.
Yeah, men are usually... Well,
but women can kill saber-toothed tigers. Do you think women can't pull triggers? Or throw spears? Or... whatever it takes to kill I think women can marshal all the force that any man can marshal to kill anything on the planet.
Well, that's if we're talking ancient tech mechanization, then no. Men are physically men have thicker bones. Men have more muscle mass. It's a natural thing that men have that's separate.
You love men.
No.
Listen to you defend them.
No, I'm saying men and women have different roles in society. They have different things we're built for. Women
saw an opening for a joke, and I took it.
Women have more fat in their bodies, and I can come up with hypotheses for why that is. Like maybe they can handle not having food a little bit better than men can. I don't
breasts and thighs.
Well, it's not just breasts and thighs. I know women taste better.
Oh, do you now? How do you know that, Baegon?
Their meat's better marbled.
How do you know that, Baegon?
Because they have more fat content than men, and usually a little more fat content makes it taste better.
Okay.
Also, men are.
I like your answer. It was a lot better.
Men are usually more tough and sinewy, so obviously the tough and sinewy. Like you get an old chicken. It's called a stew chicken for a reason. Like if you have a chicken and you don't slaughter it till after it's past egg-laying age, it's called a stew chicken.
Sorry, I didn't mean to yell.
Because when they're older, they are tough and sinewy, and they don't taste as good if you try to make like chicken breast out of them. So you put them in a stew pot where they taste good in a stew.
So, what do you know about the pager explosions, Baegon?
I know the basics. I know that they took a bunch of pagers, they opened up the packaging, slipped in some kind of device that would make them blow up, put the packaging back together, and then pretended to be another group selling the pagers. And they knew that mostly it was going to be like Hamas types that were, not Hamas, Hezbollah types that were getting the pagers.
Do you think America should ever use such technology as the Israelis did?
Autopilot jumping.
Well, before I say this, I do need to wrap up because I can't play.
Oh yeah, I kept you up late.
I've been literally staring at my screen, not doing anything but talking. I want to go enjoy my evening before I go back to work.
Go right ahead, buddy.
But I will say, situationally, absolutely, I'm okay with that. And there's a lot worse ways humans kill each other.
Okay. Good answer.
Gas attacks are a hell of a lot worse.
Yes.
So now, of course, the damage to the civilians. Yes, civilians got hurt. Mostly it wasn't civilians, because why would a civilian be using a fucking pager? That's ancient tech we have no reason to use if you don't underground
pagers.
It's because cell phones can be tracked and pagers can't because they're like landline based. I don't know, the technology. I don't even have a pager because they're so fucking old. I don't understand them properly. But pagers are untrackable in a way that phones are trackable. So they use that because they can communicate without using third party programs that Mossad can't track them with. So when they took a bunch of pagers, armed them with bombs, and sold them to Hezbollah, they knew
who was going to get them.
Upwards of 90% of the people that are going to get these are going to be terrorists that want to kill us. So yeah, we have no problem giving 90% plus terrorists bombs. No, why would a civilian have a pager? There's not a reason, unless if the pager was free and you couldn't afford a cell phone. Because there's no reason to be using that technology if you're not like financially limited from being able to use it.
I like your take. It's good. Hells yeah.
So, yeah, it sucks when civilians get killed, but civilians die anyway. Look at fucking Ukraine and Russia. They're using missiles, and there's all tons of fucking civilians dying when they fire missiles at each other. I would say if you're looking at like a kills of enemy foreign combatants versus enemy civilians, those were a fuck of a lot more merciful than fucking Tomahawk missiles.
Yes, they were.
You try to get that kind of like enemy militant to civilian kill rate in the middle of a city with a tomahawk missile, good fucking luck. So actually, if we're to deliberately like try to frame it, yeah, it's actually a much more merciful and humane weapon than a lot of the armaments that we use current day.
Okay.
It is shifty. It's obviously not going to work forever, and they're obviously going to start checking their pagers when they buy large amounts of them for low prices all of a sudden. But,
What if they could just blow up all the cell phones in our pockets?
well, that'd be terrifying. I'm sure they could if Google and Apple were willing to. I mean, there's ways to like make something overheat and melt
battery
down
acid.
and catch on fire.
Battery acid.
Like if you remotely were to disable the limiters on your phone that stops it from overheating, you could theoretically make everyone's cell phone catch on fire and burn up in their pockets.
Yeah, some ordinary gamers just did a video about it, actually. It's funny.
Yeah, and if they're sleeping like you did it at nighttime across the U.S., you'd burn down half the country's houses.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's definitely a thing that could happen. It is actually terrifying, and it is a reason to go back to Neolithic technology and stop using cell phones, or go back to like flip phones or something that they probably wouldn't do that to.
You know, I told my mother today that my greatest fucking fantasy is actually getting rid of my cell phone. If I didn't have my family responsibilities in case of emergency in some sort of walkie-talkie system, I would like get rid of my cell phone entirely.
There's one thing a smartphone has that a not smartphone doesn't have that I can't compromise on, and that's Google Maps. I need a map program, or because otherwise I will get lost.
But you can use that with a dead cell phone on. Well, you would need a Wi-Fi connection though. But
yeah, and I'm not gonna have that when I'm lost in the middle of a city or in like fucking woods somewhere. I need to have a map program. I used to have like a Garmin Newbie GPS, but that tech's old. I don't want to ever have like a standalone GPS like that again. No, the cell phone's better. There's not a reason. Look, the odds of them ever like just melting everyone's phone, I would say almost non-existent low. Yeah. It's a possibility. So, anyway, yeah,
You gotta go.
I should take off unless there's any more you want to say, because otherwise we'll be talking until 11, and I actually want to go enjoy my Sunday.
I'm just doing my stream. You go right ahead.
Yeah, okay. But definitely, like I said, I think they had a much better kill of combatants to civilians than they would have had with other conventional weapons. And yeah, it was kind of shifty, but that's war.
It is war.
What was shifty was them attacking the USS Liberty when it was docked at Egypt to try to draw us into a war that they wanted us to fight.
I'm gonna look into that. Thank you.
Yeah, USS Liberty. Go look up the fucking Mossad attack on the USS Liberty, which is basically Mossad is like the Israeli CIA essentially, like they're the glow in the darks down there.
Okay.
But yeah, I've had Charlie. You probably slowly remember Charlie. He'll call me Zion.
Dog Barf, right?
Yeah. Or Frosticute was his other character name.
Oh yeah, Frosticute. Yeah.
But yeah, like when I talk to him, because he's pretty anti-Semitic. Like he's very anti-Jew. He's very much in the "they're all coming for us" kind of, like, the "oy vey, the goyim no" kind of. He's got that kind of attitude. But when I talk to him about my views on Israel, he always calls me a Zionist. So I don't know. I recognize there are bad people and bad actors among the Jewish people. I have noticed, of course, that a lot of the worst people in our world are actually disproportionately Jewish. Although they're usually atheist Jews, not religious Jews. But, if we're talking like Mark Zuckerberg and Susan Wojcicki, although she's dead now, but she wasn't...
What did Mark Zuckerberg do?
He's the CEO of Facebook, and they're very bad, and they do a lot of evil stuff.
Yeah, but has any of it been proven?
Proven? Yeah. Everything I've ever heard about Facebook's been proven, like fucking people getting banned for talking about things happening in real life. People.
But
okay, you're gonna get me into a rabbit hole, so I can't get into that right now.
Okay, let's stop. It's sort of cinematic, anyways. Yeah, we'll stop.
Yeah, okay. I'll talk to you later, but we might play DDO tomorrow.
Might not. Hit me up. I'm here either way. Just as always.
Okay, I'm around. All right, later.
All right, sleep well, buddy. It's loud.
This video is sponsored by Goat Guns, makers of
Goat
authentic
Guns.
die-cast miniature gun models.
Oh, they're so cute. Maybe they'll kiss.
Die-cast models of aircraft and tanks have been around forever, but when I came across Goat Guns' new range of gun models, I was impressed by the idea and the quality of the models. At 1:3 scale, each model has detailed working moving parts. When you select and receive your Goat Gun model, you assemble the kit yourself. The parts snap and screw together. Each Goat Gun kit comes with 3 dummy rounds and makes the perfect interesting desk display. When assembled, I found the models to be reassuringly weighty. I just picked up this M1 Garand, Thompson submachine gun and gun rack, perfect models for my desk in my man cave. Now you too can get your hand on a little bit of history for a fraction of the cost at goatguns.com. That's goatguns.com. Have a little fun. On the 8th of June 1967, during the height of the Six-Day War, the American auxiliary research ship, the USS Liberty, approaches the Sinai coast to facilitate command and control, otherwise known as information warfare, in the Middle Eastern hostilities.
Well, we traded.
Unbeknownst to the Liberty, a series of unfortunate events are to fall together which will result in the death of some 34 crew members.
Oh, I got
and the
buzzed
wounding
from the
of a
right
further
side.
164.
Oh, did we lose this? We did. We lost
This video will show the version of events according to the CIA, NSA, the Israeli Defense Forces Inquiry Reports of June 1967 and June 1982, and Assault on the Liberty by Harriet and Ennis Jr. The opposing arguments by veterans groups such as the USS Liberty Veterans Association, counterclaims and controversies will also be discussed
When was
later
I
in the
hurt?
video.
I was
A few
full
days
when I
earlier,
died.
the State of Israel launches a preemptive military strike against the United Arab Republic, the Syrian Arab Republic, and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. This conflict begins on the 5th of June, with Israel successfully gaining the upper hand and capturing key strategic points at the Golan Heights, the West Bank, and the Sinai Peninsula. The conflict will last a mere 6 days. Having received orders to move to the eastern Mediterranean, on the 7th of June, Liberty reports her position off the coast of the UAR, approaching an area designated Operational Area 3. She is then directed to move within 20 miles of the UAR and 15 miles of Israel. During the early hours of the 8th of June, the Israeli Central Coastal Command receives an aerial reconnaissance report of an unidentified vessel, potentially a destroyer, sailing 70 miles west of Gaza. This vessel is designated the Skunk Sea on the Central Coastal Command control table. Following several more overpasses by the Israeli Air Force, the vessel is identified as belonging to the United States Navy, confirmed by the markings GTR-5. Central Coastal Command
Well, you
refers
chased
to
me
the James
around.
Fleet Manual,
Nice.
and in doing so positively confirmed the identity of the USS Liberty. This information is now passed on to naval
Cool,
operations,
everybody died
where it is
instantly.
deemed to be of
Nice.
little to no significance, and is removed from the control table. Israeli Naval Operations Section 3 received reports from their Army's Southern Command that the recently occupied town of El Arish is under naval bombardment. This report, followed by several others, reaches Captain Rahav Itzhak, Chief of the Operations Department Naval Forces. Initially met with trepidation and sincere reservations, these reports accumulate, leading Captain Rahav to believe that the situation requires a response. Israeli Navy Division 914, already out on patrol
Incognito
between
mode.
Ashdod and...
What was incognito? What was that? Fucking dumb.
Overnight, Donald Trump floats a striking new proposal as he suddenly tries to rebrand himself on women's reproductive rights, an issue that he knows could hurt him at the polls in November. Trump claiming that he would make in vitro fertilization free if elected, without providing any specifics on how he would pay for this costly plan or enact it.
Under the Trump administration, your government will pay for, or your insurance company will be mandated to pay for, all costs associated with IVF.
IVF can cost tens of thousands of dollars, with nearly 90,000 being reported in the U.S. through fertility treatments each year.
What?
No. Despite repeatedly bragging about it, three of the Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe versus Wade, opening the door to new restrictions for fertility treatment.
We broke Roe v. Wade, and we did something that nobody here was precedent. We gave it back to the states.
Earlier this year, Alabama Supreme Court declared frozen embryos human beings, entitled to full rights. Prosecutors finished trying to state was shut down in weeks. Meanwhile, finding parents have a 16-point advantage over Trump on who voters trust more to handle the issue of abortion. In Roe v. Wade, Florida, Trump now says he opposes the state's ban on abortion at 6 weeks, before most women even know they're pregnant.
Well, I think the 6 week is too short. It has to be more time, and so and I've told them that I want more weeks.
Trump contradicting his own statements that the issue of abortion should be left to the states. But Trump's campaign attempting to appease his anti-abortion base, members say he has not yet decided how to vote. He's simply reiterating that 6 weeks is too short.
Over the years, Donald Trump has flip-flopped on the issue of abortion, but his focus on IVF is clearly an attempt to blunt Harris's attacks that he would rip away women's reproductive freedoms. Rebecca? And Selena, there's also a new ABC News Ipsos poll out overnight. What can you tell us? Yeah, Rebecca, that's right. In a new ABC News Ipsos poll, it finds that only 29% say that Trump is prepared to accept the outcome of this election. But Trump's election denialism also resonates with some voters. Despite there being no evidence of widespread voter fraud, many agree say they are not confident that votes will be accurately counted in this election. Rebecca? All right, Selena, thank you.
Well, breaking news for Republicans. You already know this news. This is something I pay attention to. The stock market closed at another all-time high today, as the Biden stock market continues to outperform the stock market under every previous president. That means the rich are getting richer, much richer, during the Biden administration, something that Donald Trump has always promised rich people would be impossible. But rich people have actually always done better in the stock market and in the economy under Democratic presidents than under Republican presidents. People of all income levels.
Oops. No. So let's go back to the history here. And I wanted to see what...
Former President
Oh, yeah,
Trump.
we watched that one. So thank you so much, ABC News. I've liked and sub to your channel. Thank you so much. Who was this? It was... where did this go? Well, anyways, let's listen to this one, I guess. It's a little bit more less political and stuff, you know. I'm going to change my title now and go to WoW Hardcore finally.
When discussing toxic communities, there are a handful of games out there that immediately come to mind. League of Legends is almost
Activision
universally
games.
recognized for its intense and sometimes hostile player base. It's a game where the competition is fierce and the stakes feel high, leading to interactions that are often less than friendly. Call of Duty, another giant in the gaming world, is known for its cutthroat nature. It's a game where players are often pitted against one another in highly competitive environments, and this too can lead to toxicity. And Counter-Strike, with its emphasis on precision and skill, has a community that can be quite unforgiving to newcomers or those perceived as less skilled. And then there's World of Warcraft, a game that's been around for nearly 2 decades with a community that's
Your skill has increased.
Ups and downs. You'll find many websites that list these games as having toxic communities, but they often move on without much explanation. The goal of this video today is to go beyond the surface and to really explore and answer this question. Why is World of Warcraft considered toxic? What is it about this game that's cultivated such a reputation over its near 20-year legacy?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Your skill has increased.
Oh my god. I remember that day. I remember when that hit, yeah.
Exhilarating. There's a certain magic to them, almost an addictive quality that pulls you in and keeps you engaged. Getting caught up in the frenzy of a new phenomenon, whether it's a movie, TV show, or video game, is an experience like none other. It's as if you're being whisked away to this new world, a new experience that feels fresh and exciting. The story progresses, new features are introduced, and
Your skill has
mysteries that have been
increased.
lingering on for years might finally be resolved. The fan base collectively gets lost in the unfolding narrative, sharing in the excitement and the joy of discovery. And it's this communal experience is what makes these releases so special. But do you know what's also special? Shaving your balls with Manscaped, the global men's lifestyle brand that's revolutionizing the way that we think about men's grooming. I mean, when you've got the confidence...
Oh, I
of more
forgot to
than
buy
10 million
Banish,
men
and I have to go
worldwide,
back.
in other words, more than 20 million testicles shaved, you know they're doing something right. These communities may be toxic, but your crotch isn't, with the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra, featuring the brand new Lawnmower electric trimmer, which takes grooming precision to a whole new level. This bad boy comes with dual skin-safe blade heads, an upgraded trimmer blade for those clean-cut moves, and an interchangeable foil blade that leaves you with a super smooth and bare finish. And with a bigger LED light and waterproof design, you're covered whether you're in the shower or out. The Performance 5.0 Ultra package includes the Weed Whacker 2.0.
While I like my friend Baegon, I think he has some very extreme views on race and some extreme views on women and some extreme views on well, not extreme, but sort of shocking, I think is the word. I think he has some shocking views on the world. And while I support his views and I support him as a friend and all this, I don't always agree with him, but I think it's wonderful that we can talk, you know? I don't like how he treated the lady that he just spent 6 hours with. That was something that I really felt was really kind of two-faced a little bit, but I don't think he was doing so out of some desire to hurt her. I think he just doesn't really do so well with understanding how people might feel, you know? Because as he was like describing her, I was like, you understand she might be watching my stream? I didn't want to say it like that, but I was like, Jesus Christ, man. I had to take him to task earlier too. I was like, no, that is sexist and horrible what you just said. No, mistresses have nothing to do with prostitution, no.
For easy nose and ear hair trimming, the kit also comes with the Crop Soother Aftershave Lotion and the Preserver Anti-Chafing Deodorant. They're essentially world buffs for your testicles. And don't forget the free gifts. The Boxers 2.0 and the Shed 2.0 bag for ultimate comfort and organization. Get your Performance Package 5.0 Ultra today at manscaped.com with my code MSS20 for 20% off, and also free shipping and these 2 free gifts. Your balls will thank you.
My balls will thank you.
Anyways, few categories of entertainment deliver this feeling more intensely than the MMORPG. Not the ball trimming. I'm talking about the excitement over this new experience. It is a genre where the allure lies in an online world that isn't just yours, but is shared with countless others from across the globe. The world is persistent, it's always alive, with things happening in every corner, even when you're not logged in. It is this virtual reality that continues to exist and evolve even when you're not present. For some, it even becomes a second life, a place where they can escape from the stresses of the real world and immerse themselves in an alternate reality. Much like other forms of entertainment, the initial period after an MMO's release is dominated by the desire to experience the game rather than to achieve specific goals. This period is defined by what is called free play as opposed to instrumental play. In 1993, a German educational theorist and psychologist, Wolfgang Iser, contributed to the understanding of these types of play within the context of child development and educational theory. He described free play as the most natural and uninhibited form of play. It's spontaneous, unstructured, and self-directed, driven by curiosity and imagination. There are no rules or objectives imposed by others. Only intrinsic motivation guides the activity. For instance, a child building a fort out of cushions and blankets isn't doing so with a specific goal in mind. There's no reward waiting at the end. The child is simply exploring, creating, and having fun, and lost in the joy of the moment. Instrumental play, on the other hand, is structured and goal-oriented. It often comes with external instructions or objectives with a clear end goal in sight, and while it can still be enjoyable, the focus shifts towards achieving a particular result, such as a
I forgot Banish. No,
tasked with solving a puzzle.
Damn it.
The aim is to complete the puzzle correctly, which usually involves following rules and employing logic. So whereas the satisfaction from free play comes from participating in the activity itself, in instrumental play, it most often comes from the sense of accomplishment that follows achieving this specific goal.
Thank you, Mad Season Show. I've always really liked you. I think you're a little too dry for me, but I've always really liked your work.
It fosters creativity, problem
This one didn't get so many likes, you can see.
solving, and
The community needs to understand what they've been, you know? I need to understand. I need to stop. I troll people all the goddamn time because I came from the fucking Call of Duty lobby and the Battlefield lobbies and the WoW trade chat, Baron's chat. Fucking, that's where I come from. It's annoying. I have to give up those nasty things about my past.
Approaching Stargate.
I am here to buy a scroll of white magic. It is called Banish. Yeah. Gonna check and see if I missed anything else. Yeah, I would pay like 1,000 for that. I don't care. Banish and Bar Sleepra is a spell that I probably should have. Bar Sleepra. Poisona is definitely a spell I should get. 600. And yeah, there we go. We're gonna go back out.
Approaching Stargate.
I guess dropping the clipping frame doesn't fix the frames in this game. It's so dumb. I don't really understand it. I'm just gonna fix it. Character models were fine. The aspect ratio is fine, but the clipping plane was turned down and it doesn't need to be. It's not helping in any way or form.
Social skills, when left to their own
improving FFXI. Maybe I should have another look at my graphics, because another way that the frame rate really hurts me is I kill mobs slower, and I kind of want to get a solid frame rate here running multiple clients, like, and I don't seem to really be reaching that. And I thought that maybe dropping EvE was going to fix it, but I don't think dropping EvE fixes shit. I don't think it fixes anything. So I'm going to run EvE in Ultra.
Stargate.
Or, well, no, I never play EvE, so this is a good this is a good little, yeah, this is a good, like, meld of graphics. It still looks like a good game, you know, right now. It looks okay. It feels like I'm out in space. I wish the stars didn't look so 2D to me. I wish the stars were a little bit more real. But other than that, it's good. Overwatch 2, I clicked the wrong thing. No, come back out. Come back out to you. And then, did I change my title? Yes, get out. You went to the wrong thing. Oops. And we will go grind. WoW? What grade does sex ed start? Why World of Warcraft has become toxic?
devices, individuals can create these entire worlds and characters and stories.
Stargate.
And in the case of World of Warcraft, this type of play is most often seen in the world of role-playing, where players immerse themselves in the lore and they create their own narratives within the game's universe. In this sense, they're not just playing the game, they're living in it and creating their own stories and adventures as they go along. Instrumental play, on the other hand,
I lived in WoW for 23 years, and I never even came across an RP guild, and I've been across 17 fucking servers or something like that. Must have done 50 server transfers. Baegon can back up all of it. I was there across something like 17 servers. I still am across 17 servers. You can see all the fucking characters. It's like a fact of fucking life. And I never even remotely once even heard of anything but an ERP guild on, oh god, I forget the name of the server even. It was Emerald Dream was the Horde side of it, but the Alliance side was like, I forget the name of the server, Stonehoof or something. I can't remember the name of the one that they chose. It was, I don't remember. But yeah, the ERP server, I could probably go look at it on the server list if I wanted to, but I don't care. I only ever heard of one ERP guild ever existing. I've never seen, never heard of, and never witnessed the WoW player actually role-playing. I don't believe it actually exists. And I've gone looking for it. I've used mods. I've set bios with RP mods and stuff and surfed servers looking for RP guilds. I've signed up to role-playing guilds. I don't believe WoW role-playing exists outside of weird little circles that don't advertise, that don't want outside members. And they talk about roleplay all the time. I've never seen role-playing in MMORPGs. Not in any way or fucking form. I think the closest form I've ever seen to it is like Charles Prodigy, GTA 5, and some Unturned. That's like the only fucking actual roleplay I've ever seen any RPG people do outside of like LARPing, you know? And so when you talk about roleplay, I'm like, I don't know about that. I don't think there was any role playing in WoW. I've gone looking for it and come up sadly wanting. Almost every year I've gone looking for an RP guild and I never did find one. And I'm like, is there girls in an RP guild who will be with me with my Final Fantasy addiction and my WoW addiction? I need to find them in RP guilds if they do exist. And I've gone and looked like fucking 30 times or something, and I don't believe RP guilds exist. I think it's a phenomenon that weird fucking trolls on the internet like try to pretend is something that nerds do, but I've never even heard of an actual roleplay community. I've seen people using Old English and stuff, but I've never seen somebody like in a group that would like moved around in these videos that they show all the time. I've seen villages in Rust.
Stargate.
Equally valuable. It helps develop specific skill sets
But even that didn't last because every time you build a village in Rust, every piece of shit comes like flies to the fucking toilet and they fucking waste you as you're walking out your door. It's dumb.
It fosters.
I didn't believe there was RP in Rust, not really.
Critical thinking, following rules, and
there's RP villages.
Working towards a goal and focusing on achieving a particular outcome.
That we used to like to socially engineer.
Requires discipline, focus, and perseverance.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, nice shit.
These skills are crucial both in real life and in these virtual worlds that we inhabit. And in World of Warcraft, an example of instrumental play would be raiding, where players work together to overcome difficult challenges, requiring coordination, strategy, and a deep understanding of the game's mechanics.
Approaching
During
Stargate.
the birth of a new movie series, or video game, or fandom of any sort, exploration and curiosity often overshadow this objective-based play. In other words, free play
Autopilot
takes precedence over instrumental play. This is a very natural progression.
Raining in
as
Torn Bluff,
the initial
nice.
thrill lies in the discovery and the novelty of the experience rather than achieving specific outcomes. It's a time when the world feels open and full of possibilities, and where the joy comes from the journey rather than the destination. Although
8
both
gold.
types of play are essential, free play has an advantage, especially in terms of community dynamics. It's less intense because there are no objectives at stake. Without specific goals, the game lacks a...
I think this video's bad and it's boring and it's already halfway over. And I actually dislike this video. I'm terribly sorry. And I'm just going to be honest. I think Mad Season has lost whatever he had. They brought him to 400,000 subs. And after watching all these modern streamers and all this shit, I just don't really believe that he's such a good content provider anymore. And that sucks because I kind of came up with Mad Season Show, but I don't think he's that good anymore. It's unfortunate. He's sort of negative. He's not funny like how he used to be. He's not kitschy like he used to be, and he seems sort of more depressed now because his game died. And it's sort of weird, and he seems to be talking about it a lot. And I get it, but it's not that fun. It's not that fun to watch, honestly. It's a little Wow, is Chipotle a scam full? What? No. Mr. Beast is getting sued. Finding the best ARPG ever made. Diablo Immortal. Diablo Immortal. Dude, you lost. Joe Rogan shocks audience as he blindsides Trump. What? Let's listen to Luke Beasley. I don't like Luke Beasley. He's too alarmist, but I think he's actually really good.
I want to circle back to the...
This guy is so fucking intelligent. He's got to be north of 146 or something. You can see it. You can see it's burning in his eyes. It's hilarious. Yeah, this guy knows a lot about a lot. It's kind of insane. His intelligence is definitely north of mine, and it intimidates me. And that is a very seldom thing. Very, very seldom. But this man, I would not face this man in a debate. And there's about, I can count on one hand how many people I would not face in a debate, but this is one of them.
Given all the crazy stuff that's going on recently, it's easy to move on from such a big event, but we're still experiencing the aftermath of Trump's disastrous performance and Harris's strong performance. And we'll look at the polling. And here we'll look at someone that you want to expect saying, wow,
Joe Rogan.
Harris is running a really good campaign. And Trump needs to figure out something quick if he's gonna win. Obviously, I hope Trump doesn't. The person featured here being Joe Rogan does seem to prefer Trump for some reason. And in recent years, Rogan has really swung to the right. And so this being his analysis is that much more interesting. Him being on the right now and pushing a lot of wacky MAGA stuff. Even he is able to see. And Tom Segura, I don't know his political views, but he's in this interview with Joe Rogan. They're recognizing Harris is absolutely crushing it. Now, in Rogan fashion, you'll hear...
Oh, damn right. She's only been at it like 3 weeks or something, and she has been a breath of fresh air in a fucking room full of dinosaur fucking farts for the last 20 fucking years. Something like that. Just like when Obama stepped, it was a breath of fresh air. It's like, thank God, somebody who isn't rich and white and running the goddamn country into the fucking ground. Thank God.
Autopilot jumping.
It's like whoever's the puppet master of Harris or whoever's controlling her. All right, we're just
doing
gonna have to
pretty
look
well.
past that.
Yep.
But Trump is going to be very triggered by this point. I saw someone saying, as Trump said with Taylor Swift, I hate Taylor Swift. With the Joe Rogan, or I hate Joe Rogan Truth Social post is incoming.
Let me tell you, before I say anything, I just want to say, whoever's helping her, whoever's coaching her, whoever...
It's the DNC. It's a secret. She's got a handler, and it's the DNC. It's the DNC. It's goddamn something like 3,000 people. And they're all really high-ranking fucking like members of the Democratic Party and all this. And it's the DNC. Did you think it was just some fucking handler? No, it's like 3,000 rich Democrats who really don't want to lose, who think of every little way that they can to get the win, and they're bored because they're old and they're dinosaurs, and they got money and nothing better to do. So they sit around, they try to dream up ways how to win a Democratic race. Just like the Republicans. No different.
Autopilot disabled.
Who do you think tells Trump to say shoot up Bleach? Did you think it was Trump that thinks that? No, it's the RNC.
The strings.
Yeah.
You did a fucking amazing job.
She did a great job.
They did an
Hey,
amazing
I finally got here. Yay. So here we have some riches, but not really. I mean, we do, but not really. This is a nice retriever. I have a nice AO DPS Ferox out here, and I think I need to look at possessions for like a eagle or something. Or I don't know. Do I own an eagle anymore? I have an eagle out there. But that's 14 jumps away. Maybe I should go try and attain that eagle, because it's actually more valuable than anything here, I think. We have a lot of stuff here that I could sell. I think I probably will. I'll probably just, like, sell all of this on a 3-month contract. This one, they're trying to underbuy, which is... You keep moving, but yeah. 50 mil. It's not too good, you know? It's unfortunate, but it's true. Where is the named piece, and how much are you offering it for? Name piece, they're trying to offer 791,000 ISK, which is just ridiculous. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go buy that same ship that I just lost in Amar. I guess we have to go to Amar and then haul to Amar. So we're going to go to Amar here. Locations, Amar. Search, and Amar. We're going to the Emperor family. Yeah. And then we're going to come back here. We're going to go buy a... Oh, I'm up in money, by the way. Look at that. Where did all this money come from? Was it HyperNet? I guess a couple of those boosters sold, I guess. Maybe I should put a buy order out for like 400 mil. Yeah, what was our overview here? Okay, 2.6, and my expenses have been 2.4. So I'm actually 200 million up, which is rare. I almost always don't break even. I spend so much money that I never break even. But yeah, but I spend a lot of money. As you can see, I'm looking for the bigger, fatter green numbers, but I'm not seeing it. Yeah, what jumped me to 470? Because I see that there was kind of some incremental income there, but what was the big sale here? It was going to be this thing here for... Oh, no, it just was a bunch of market transactions. I don't know. Maybe something I posted, I guess. Yeah, I don't see anybody... Or I don't know. Let's go look at my HyperNet history and see how my my boosters are doing. I've got clears I've got to do, a lot of them, but which I guess I could do on my way to Amar. But I want to see how these boosters did, because I don't know why this is so deep in the list. Oh, here we go. These offers expired on 24/9/21, which was, yeah, yesterday. So my boosters expired yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, but 3 of them did sell, I guess. So as long as I can do that, it's like free money. So I'm going to focus on that market a lot more. And I'm going to take quite a lot of this liquid that I'm building today in investing boosters and flipping them on the market in Jita. Because it's like this money that you can just make in Jita without any travel or any work. And it took me a long time to find it, but it is really good. It's hard to get into because you got to dump like, you know, something like $50 US cash and worth of in-game currency to actually like do any weight in the market, you know, because they sell for 80 million a piece. So to buy any chunk of them, you got to like pretty much plex up and actually go do it. And I don't know. It's weird. Never mind. I'll just tell them in the morning. Never mind. I don't have to worry about this. So history, right? We're not going to win any of these, but I took a lot of swings. Sooner or later, I will win one, and I'll be up like 500 or something. This would have been less, but I mean, if I win the big ones, it's actually really a lot of money. I mean, but I don't know. The way I'm betting is kind of unlikely. I might have just sort of blew like 50 mil on bad single bets. Maybe I shouldn't do single bets. I was doing better contending 4 out of 8 with people 50-50 on roulette bets on ships. I was making some money, but it requires a lot of, startup capital. You need like $1 billion in a bank to get anywhere with it, because every ship is like a fucking 40 million buy-in or something. Or I'm sorry, not the 40 million, but it's like 15 on like a 47 million win. So like, I mean, to buy any real amount of bets, like to buy like maybe say a strip of like 20 bets at 50% each, you actually do have to dump like $1 billion ish, but you have a fairly good chance of winning half of those, and those ships are worth a lot more than you're pitching. I was doing really well in that industry, but I have not bought Plex since the summer or something like that, since June, and I've been very proud that I didn't buy Plex, and I don't really need to. So I've been trying to do it with single bets where I only lose like 30 million and I don't break myself or whatever, shit that I can easily replace. But it's hard. It's hard. I like the HyperNet more than the game itself, which is kind of weird, but I mean, the game would need to be there. The game would need to be there for the HyperNet to be good, but the HyperNet is so fucking good. Oh yeah, I sent 2 gold, and I'm going to Orgrimmar, and I think I have some money, and I want to do some shopping. Anything that I can buy, pretty much.
Forcing Biden to drop out. Right, whatever they're doing, whoever's writing those speeches, getting her to deliver them, coaching her, she's nailing it. She nailed that one speech. She's like, say
fucking idiot. Whoever's doing it. Fucking idiot. Why are these people famous? I don't see a lot of intelligence here in his take. I don't know. I'm sorry.
She nailed it, dude.
And then last night,
I mean, wasn't he a fucking? I mean, he was. I mean, he's a smart man, but he was an MMA fighter. That's not something usually I would think for smart. You know, I think body, not brain. When I think MMA fighter, maybe MMA fighters are super smart. I'm sure they are. But I mean, you know, but I don't think that when I think of MMA. That's the problem.
where she was like, if you go to his rallies, his crowds are boring, they're tired,
They're
they
all
all
leaving
leave her.
early.
My crowds are the best crowds.
Yeah.
My crowds are the best crowds.
He couldn't help himself.
And she got him. She baited him on that. She walked him right into it.
100%. 100%. See, the difference in that debate was not a difference in like who's going to have better policies, who's going to be better for the country. The difference in the debate, in my opinion, was who was better prepared. She was way better prepared.
Yeah.
And even when it came to answering tough questions, instead of answering,
The man can't answer any questions.
she would just say things that she believes.
Yes, sure.
And they sounded real good.
Yeah,
and that's the soundbite.
That's called being a savvy politician.
It's also called being someone who's working with a team versus someone who's like, they said Trump, that deal was the best deal. They've never seen a deal like this before. They said, how did you put that deal together?
People say that was just brilliant. Yeah, I know. He's like,
he's not working with a team that's like, I mean, I know he's doing like mock debates. I know he did one with, I think he did one with Tulsi Gabbard, but someone needs to like tell him, like, you've got these tiny little windows and you should have all the words ready for those windows.
He started
there should
out
be no repeating things.
Yeah, he started out.
Let me tell you.
No repeating things. That's an impossible request to Trump. If everyone who watches the show who's not subscribed, just today, just the viewers today who aren't subscribed, who we're gonna watch, click the subscribe button today, we'd hit 1 million subscribers. Pretty crazy, basically.
Oh yeah, congrats on the 1 million. Oh no.
Do it. Thank you so much. Back to the video. You know the concept of 6 degrees of separation? Anyone, you're 6 degrees away from knowing them. 6 personal connections away, if I'm correctly describing that. And it's a similar thing with talking points with Trump. Whatever comes at him, he'll take it, like we saw with him being asked about crypto, and he'll find whatever he perceives to be the closest connections to other topics, other things that he has his worked out talking points on. And as he seems to be mentally declining, the number of things he's able to go back to is diminishing. So he used to be able to go, all right, this was the question, and I have some talking points over here I can jump myself over to. And this was the question, now I have some others over there I can jump to in my mind. Now there's like 5 big points that he has in his head. And they're coming from jails, they're coming from insane asylums, is one that he just reverts back to it over and over, and there are a few others. He started telling that Abdul story again when it didn't make sense at all. And so Rogan's saying, don't repeat things, make clear, concise points. It's impossible. It's impossible with Trump. Now, remind you that when Joe Rogan came out and said that he liked Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for some reason, Trump posted this. It will be interesting to see how loudly Joe Rogan gets booed the next time he enters the UFC ring, MAGA 2024. But then Trump, in typical toxic Trump fashion, on the Lex Friedman podcast went, no, I don't have any tension with Joe Rogan.
Let me ask you about my good friend Joe Rogan. So you had a bit of tension with him. So when he said nice things about RFK Jr., I think you've said some not so nice things about Joe, and I think that was a bit unfair. And as a fan of Joe, I would love to see you do his podcast because he is legit the greatest conversationalist in the world. So what's the story behind the tension?
You're a better conversationalist than him. That's what you said. He's the greatest conversationalist in the world, Joe fucking Rogan. Fuck no. Jesus Christ, Lex Friedman, you are a monotone nerd who barely speaks. And you are still a better conversationalist than fucking Joe fucking Rogan. I've heard him say so many dumb things. And he's kind of sacrosanct and a little bit superior, and he talks down to people like how he's doing right now, talking shit down to Trump. You know, he's not the greatest conversationalist on the fucking planet. Kate Blanchett. is a better conversationalist than fucking Joe fucking Rogan. What the fuck are you talking about? You yourself, Lex Friedman, are a better conversationalist than Joe Rogan. I'd rather have a conversation with Lex Friedman. He strikes me as a far more interesting person.
I think there was any tension.
Joe Rogan's got that whole swagger like going on, where like that he needed to fake it to make it, like Trump or something. He doesn't strike me as that interesting of a conversationalist. I can't watch his podcast because he bores me. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to talk shit about Joe Rogan. I'm talking about just, you know, in the nature of YouTube. Joe Rogan is not the greatest conversationalist. This guy, Luke Beasley, is better than Joe Rogan. The fuck are you talking about?
And
he's much easier to track, much easier to agree with, a lot more safe and sort of, you know, and it's just sort of weird. It's like even Luke Beasley is goddamn better than Joe Rogan. What are you talking about? Greatest conversationalist.
I've always liked him, but I don't know him. I mean, I only see him when I walk into the arena with Dana and I shake his hand. I see him there, and I think he's good at what he does, but I don't know about doing his podcast. I mean, I guess I'd do it, but I haven't been asked, and I'm not asking them, you know? I'm not asking.
All right, so you had that. I do think Trump is going to be very triggered by this. Anytime anyone criticizes Trump, even not on the substance, but the style or the strategy, he still freaks out. Rogan is actually giving advice that's advantageous to Trump, which is, hey, how about you get some people to surround you, to give you advice, to construct for you an approach to a debate or public appearances where you can model yourself more after the successful campaign that Harris is running. That while I disagree with a lot of the terms Rogan used to describe it, taking away a ton of the agency from Harris, there is clearly a lot of people involved in a really well-run campaign. The aesthetics of it, the massive venues they're logistically figuring out, the slogans one after another that are coming out that the crowds will be chanting, Harris's speeches, her delivery, the debate preparation,
see,
all of this.
This guy is a much better conversationalist. Even this guy is. It's where right even on the video that subject content came up on is better conversationalist than Joe Rogan. This guy's easier to follow, less kind of annoying, less sort of bro or dude. He's just easier to follow. Look, kind of like Mr. Beast or one of them. He's easier to follow. Probably a better conversationalist, you know, honestly.
It takes a lot of people to put together, and they're doing a really effective job of it. And so Rogan's saying, hey, in the interest of Trump, he should probably figure out how to have that a little bit more than just him walking around saying, I did the best everything, everything's perfect.
I did the best everything.
My crowds are bigger, Kamala. And it's actually a correct bit of advice. Now, I think we need to bring the conversation back to the debate more often because of a point that Sarah Longwell made last night.
I don't know very many people that would type out the sentence in all caps, I hate Taylor Swift, but Donald Trump did that. Tell me the political impact, if any, of being against every Democrat, all of the media, and Taylor Swift.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump's got a real woman problem, as we were just discussing, and I'm not sure going after America's most beloved famous woman is going to help ameliorate that problem for him. But I do think what Donald Trump is doing here, like he does in his lizard brain, believe that what he's doing is, he doesn't like the conversation that we were having last week. We were having a conversation about how another famous woman, Kamala Harris, the vice president, absolutely smoked him at the debate. And that was an uncomfortable conversation for Donald Trump. And so one of the reasons that they began really leaning into this conspiracy in Springfield that is absolutely baseless and untrue and is obviously causing real world damage to that community is because for them, that's changing the conversation to something that is closer to immigration. And even though it is, I think, a net, not particularly good way of doing that, right? It's not a good or productive way to have the immigration.
I am seeing a need for, like, I don't know, like pretty much spending, like, oh, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't spend all this gold. It's a lot of gold. But I think I should send off more than I sent, because I have enchanting stuff that I want, which is annoying. And I mean, I don't know, I keep spending this gold. It's fine, but it's a thing. Well, let's... I've been fortuitous with this character. I pulled the one ring, which is cool. I can't decide. I'm like, should I send gold and die? Or should I spend gold and not die? I think the answer is spend gold and not die. I'm going to send all the 5 gold. I farted. And I'm going to pray. Oops. Yeah, that's not too good. What happened there? What? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so, yeah, we're going to pray that I don't die, you know, and that the spending that money isn't foolish. But I did send, like, all 50 of the gold. She'll have some more income coming in. I posted a lot of other stuff today. Oh, I did not autopilot.
Autopilot engaged.
Oh, I guess I fast jumped, huh? Okay.
Warping to
Oh,
Stargate.
and now I've got to come back to
Drive
that
active.
place. Oops. Why can't you pull? Oh, because I didn't search. Yeah. Okay. Oops, nope, that's not what I wanted. Damn it.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot disabled.
Damn it. Alright, whatever.
Autopilot engaged.
Amar, Emperor Family Academy. Then we go to Dyra. There we go. 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 Now,
Approaching
looking for a
Stargate.
road, heavy bronze locks. Oh yeah, they haven't done lock picking yet even. I'm of the level, I think 24 or 25 or even 26 is a pretty good level to go do that. Okay, so I'm in Orgrimmar and I'm waiting for a money shipment, and I guess I want to sell all this, but I think I'd rather stick it in my bank right now because I don't have any money to sell any of it. Maybe I do. We'll see what we can post and what we can get away with. I want to put the enchanting mats away.
Approaching Stargate.
Wow, I have 5 small glimmering shards, which actually did kind of add up. I mean, not that much, though. That's kind of annoying.
Autopilot jumping.
Post. Post. Post.
Warping to station.
Post.
Warp drive active.
Oh, I can make more gold at the vendor. Oh. Yeah, but then nobody can use the mats, which is kind of a thing with me. I would rather that the server got stronger because the mats were there, than the vendor got stronger and nothing happens, you know? It's kind of like the bank in the real life. Banks shouldn't win anything. Banks should just be the business that they say they are, which is like, you know, take our money, hide it, guard it, then give it to us when we need it. That's it. That's all I've ever needed banks to be. I don't need them to be these investment capital firms or anything, or any of this insider trading they do with Wall Street or all the bank crisis stuff that they did. Banks should just only should be legally required to be only this place that dispenses money. That's it. I don't want them acting as businesses. I don't want them acting as like, oh, it's Sunday, son of a bitch. I'm sorry, guys. I've got to go take the trash out. I'm gonna log this hardcore character just by rote, you know. See, FFXI crashed for some reason and it shouldn't have. God damn it. That's alright. I have to take the trash out, and I do this every Sunday. This is the customary 8:30 p.m. trash trip. And I am gonna go upstairs and take the trash out, and that will take roughly about 5 minutes here. So we'll put it on the EVE Online, and we'll do a cinematic journey here. Or no, I guess so. I think I can do that. Before I leave, before I do the trash, I will buy a new ship that I just lost, which was this thing. I think it was like 30 mil or something. Yeah, I wanna buy all for this. Wait, current station Daira. Why am I in Daira? Why am I in Daira again? Never mind. I have to go to Amar. It's stupid. It's set the wrong fucking destination again. Come on, man. You know I set fucking Amar. You know I did. I definitely set the destination. You fucking piece of shit. Set destination and get to fucking work. You're so annoying. I don't ever want to buy an Akator again. They're like such huge fucking targets. It's so stupid. It was nice to move for a while. But I mean, like, if you can't auto fucking pilot with an empty cargo in a fucking Miasmos, or sorry, in a fucking Akator in high sec, what the fuck uses the ship?
Autopilot engaged.
Like, what the fuck uses the ship? It's so stupid. And they use 14 ships to gank me. How is that fair?
Warping to Stargate.
You know what I'm saying? It's not even close to some semblance of fair, and I know this is a sandbox, but I'm also sort of like, what's the fucking point of the game if you can't autopilot? It takes so long to do anything. Why would you make it so fucking easy for them to gank in high sec like that? It's goddamn stupid. The response on the cops needs to be faster in high sec. It does. Or just full blown just make it impossible to gank in high sec. It just sends a bad message. These little children, they don't need the maternity ward to be Home Alone. They need the maternity ward to be the maternity ward. But instead, the developers want the maternity ward of all the new players and all like right in our nestled in high sec where it's safe and stuff. Our maternity ward. It's literally like that. I view it like this. You want the maternity ward to be Home Alone, where it's like cops versus robbers like kids versus burglars. It's insane. You want high sec to be the shitty fucking version of Home Alone, where it's like kids versus burglars, you know? And it's not like it shouldn't be. It shouldn't ever be like that. It shouldn't be 14 ships fucking ganking my empty Akator. It should never be that fucking negative. Not in high sec. The game's dangerous enough. I've really changed my opinion on that. High sec, I'm okay with ganking, but like I don't know why it should be so easy for them to take 14 cats to gank some piece of shit 300 mil Akator. And they probably produce the cats that they're making, so it probably costs them nothing at all. So, and that's cool. But then why wouldn't any noobs play the fucking game if they can just be blown up by randos every time they fucking autopilot? The game takes for fucking forever. This is the Fortnite generation. This is the fucking Fortnite generation. They do not have the goddamn patience. They don't have the fucking patience, trust me. They don't have the patience to do no autopilot. They don't have it. They'll just quit the game first. You're fucking stupid. You and your fucking terrible ass piece of shit fucking cocksucker developer design. And that's straight at you, CCP. My favorite fucking company. What the fuck's wrong with you? Design better. I expect better. What the fuck's wrong with you? Piece of shit developers sucking dick all day, I swear to God. What the fuck? Why should high sec be... why should the fucking maternity ward be Home Alone? It should just not be like that. It should not be kids versus robbers. And it is. And it's disgusting. Everybody needs some safe place where they can be productive for a little while and not be harassed. It's called home. And in EVE, in my opinion, that's high sec. It's not for me, but I mean, it is for noobs. Noobs need a home when they're first beginning the game. That's high sec. Why would you make it possible for the fucking Home Alone burglars to come fucking rob them? Fucking kids. I don't care if you think it's a hardcore sandbox military sim or whatever. I don't care what you think. It still is essentially you let a bunch of burglars into the fucking maternity ward to sock toddlers and rob them for their entire goddamn worth. It's terrible. It's some of the worst design I've ever fucking seen. I'm all for open, fucking non-consensual PvP as much as the next man, but the guards not responding outside of the fucking Stormwind before they can just gank you and take everything you're trying to bring in or out of Stormwind or whatever. Why would they ever fucking leave the gold share? If they can't enter Stormwind because a gang of thieves 15 deep is banging them like Alibaba and the fucking thieves, why would they ever play the game or enter Stormwind? And trust me, that's what's happening too. It's fucking stupid. They're probably way more inclined to bang older players, I bet. But it's still, they're banging everybody. They're banging fucking everybody. I see it every day. I see it all the time. And I like, some of this has some percentage, has to be noobs. It has to be. And it's just disgusting. It's some of the most base behavior I've ever seen in video games. It is the most base behavior I've ever seen in video games. They're about to try and do it with PAX Day. They really kind of did it wrong with Rust a little bit. Like, I kind of think maybe that the tool covers should be immune when you're not playing the game. I don't care if that fucks up the game, but I just don't really see how an offline represents anything at all. Stupid piece of shit, worthless cocksucker developer. What is it? What does an offline represent? It like, seriously, represents me sleeping and you sucking dick at design. And the same thing with high sec. Fuck you guys.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
What does 14 purse-snatching losers have to do with socking toddlers in the maternity ward? That's the fucking game that you built. It's sickening. It's stupid. You wouldn't do it in a kid's game or Minecraft or anything decent like Fortnite or anything like that. Or even Rust doesn't really do this. It's just kind of crazy. Like, nobody's really willing to just let really shithead people run amok where the noobs play on the starter island. It happens in Mortal. It happens in EvE. It happens in all these piece of shit games. Rust. They allow you to just gank nakeds on the fucking beach. I mean, they can't stop it, basically. But I mean, like, I don't know, man. Maybe you should consider like maybe a 3-minute immunity buff right after you spawn, where they just can't gank you fresh off the beach until you've really maybe made a play towards reaching the island or something like that. That's about basically what I'm thinking of with high sec. I really don't think that the guards should be so slow. I don't think the Concord should be so slow. I don't. Anyways, I've said enough about this. I'm going to move on. But I do have to run upstairs to take some trash out, guys, because I'm a human being and I have trash, and it's Sunday night in America where we throw our trash out. I'll be right back.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Okay, so one more thing I want to do before I is tap that. Yeah, we'll give a nice zoomed in
Warping to Stargate. Warp
view
drive
of this,
active.
Oh no, you can't see it when it's like that. We'll do it like this and move the mouse. Okay, back in 2. I forgot my phone.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Okay, sorry about that.
Autopilot.
I just
disabled.
realized I have an eye
Waypoint
doctor appointment
reached.
tomorrow. Fucking annoying. That's not too good. Sunday. Oh, happy birthday, September 22nd. What's Nona's birthday? Happy birthday, Nona. Okay, sorry, somebody had a birthday and I had to say happy birthday. And then, yeah, I caught all my social stuff. And then I have a eye doctor's appointment tomorrow, Jesus Christ, at 9 a.m. So I have to stop in 2 hours or something like that. Or I could just go all night, I suppose. But no, I've been at this for 9 hours. I can't go all night. I can't. I have to sleep and stuff. So yeah, if I go to bed right now, I'll get 12 hours. Son of a bitch. I have to like stop And I don't want to. I'm not going to be able to sleep this early. I'm not going to be able to. 6 hours of sleep would be okay, I guess, which would put me at... Yeah, I could stay up. I can stay up. I can stay up like another... probably hour and a half or 2 hours, I guess. That's good. And then I'll do the eye doctor in the morning and do my shopping. Okay, so sorry about that, guys. Had to make arrangements and stuff for tomorrow. I'm going to do all my shopping tomorrow, which is good at the same time when I go to the eye doctor appointment. Okay, we are here in Amar. I have some stuff to sell in Amar. I'm just going to take the money of all of it because it's really like almost all of it is like worthless to me, sort of. I mean, I have to haul stuff. So there's sort of really no reason not to put it in a ship and just take it with, I guess. Yeah. So I'll buy this ship that I just lost. It was like 15 or 30 mil. I forget what these are worth. No, yeah, it's like 20 mil. It's 18 mil. This wasn't much of a ship. Yeah, this was really cheap. Thank God, too. I don't know why I ever fuck with Alcators. They're just big fucking targets. If the gank's real, you're going to die anyways. So why blow any money on the hauler that much? It's good for like a low. It's really good for that time that you really want to get something out like a smuggler. It's really good for that. It's really good for those dangerous runs that you've got to do. It ups your chances of successfully making it, but you still might not make it. It's not, I didn't make it, so it's just sort of dumb. Oh, now so you want to buy a prototype cloaking dice for this Iteron Mark V? I don't think it needs a cloaking device. So we'll drop that off because that adds to the cost of it. Yeah, we'll buy and we'll simulate. And then we'll get in this ship. It's a Mark V board ship. I would like to compress all of these shuttles. No. I'm okay with these shuttles here, but these ibises, they can be trashed. Yeah. And then, yeah, all this stuff. Oh, no, well, yeah, let's just double check the fitting here. Exit sim, and then I want you to, yeah, fit this, except for the prototype. No. Oh, yeah. No, that's fine. That's good. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. And then we do the personalization, load strike, and then we insure. And we're all set up to do some hauling out of Daira. I'll come back too. I'm definitely gonna come back. I don't think I'm gonna travel across the universe with this. I think I'm gonna bring it here and sell it. So yeah, we're just gonna haul to Amar. So where do we go? We go to Daira. This is stupid. I want you to close this. Yeah, and I want you to go to Daira. Yeah, oh, I have an Eagle in Jita, do I? Oh, no, it's in Blueprints. I have an Eagle Blueprint BPC, but I don't have an Eagle, no. I do have an Eagle out, R3K75, though, or whatever it is. So that's definitely on the agenda, and I'm going to have to take the risk with that ship, and I'll have to fast boat that thing out of there, but it is worth 200 mil, so whatever. And if I lose it, I lose it. It's not really my ship. It was given to me. Or no, I bought that, but it was, cheap. It was sale cheap through my corp. So Daira is the next agenda set, and then we'll do our business out of Amara. I can't haul this across the universe in this thing. This thing will get popped at some point. It'll get popped either by Edencom or it'll get popped by... I mean, I guess I could compress all of it, take the rigs out of the Eagle. I could fly the Eagle to... No, this thing can't carry an Eagle, I don't think. 67,000 is an okay fleet hangar for compressed stuff. But no, these ships need to be flown to where they're sold. So we're going to go look at personal assets. No, we're going to leave and go back to... Yeah, back to Daira, and we'll come here with whatever it is we pick up. We're going to take this ship to Daira, and then I will bring the Eagle to Daira. And I would prefer to break the Daira... bring the Eagle... and I would prefer to break the Eagle down and lose the 20 million on the rigs or whatever. And just take the 130 in mats and stuff it in this ship along with all the other stuff. And get it all done in one trip, honestly. Because the time is what I fucking care about. And the time for hauling fucking 45 jumps to do all of this it'll take all of my session tomorrow pretty much, or whatever it is. It's so stupid. Or what? I mean, no, it'll take all of the session tonight. I can't do it. So yeah. So now we leave, and honestly, with this little amount of jumps, I should almost fast jump it. But I'm not paying attention to this. I refuse to do that. I'm not doing that. Oh wait, now did you insure? Wait. Oh well, that's okay. I frankly don't care. This thing isn't worth anything. There we go. Autopilot. If I didn't do Rust, I would not be good at these games. I can tell you right now, Rust made me such a stronger player. I really think that if I was ever like running a college of video games or something like that, I would pretty much require everybody to play Rust. I think it makes you such a stronger player in so many different ways. It teaches you that loot isn't really worth all the time that you put into it. It teaches you that the loot that you do have should get you something when you use it, and you should use it every single time if you can. So if you're trying to up your chances on making a successful run or something like that, you should spend the money if you can, or whatever, to make better armor or better fucking whatever, better hauler like Akator and stuff. You shouldn't always spend it if it's all your money, but if you have enough, if it's like maybe 1/5 or 1/10 of your money or something, you should probably buy a better hauler and definitely invest in maybe making the trip successfully, as opposed to just like a, I don't know. But it's also like, it teaches you that you have to make $1 out of 15 cents. You should never have super good gear unless it's a PvE grind. Super good gear is for people that cheat, pretty much, I would say. Other than that, you don't really see it on good players, I would say, because it makes you stand out and it makes you look expensive and it makes you look like a good hit. And that's true of EVE, and it's true of Rust, and it's true of everything. And I would say super good players don't really have good gear.
Approaching start.
I had a friend who I like to think of as a friend, although we never spoke, we'll probably never speak to each other again, named Dog Giraffe, who did all of his dirty work robbing people with double-barrel shotguns. And all of the large clan boys that I knew respected Dog Giraffe because when it came to a 1v1, he would just win it with a double barrel, whatever it took. He would run you around, get you to come to some door or something, fuck around with you in a bush or drop out of somewhere, do a door camp, but mess around with you and kind of tweak you out. And then he would get the double barrel kill on pretty much every target I ever saw him try to do it on, including us. He did it to us repeatedly. Like, you know, he did it to us just to prove it that he could do it to us. You know, he would just kill us right in the base. He would just jump out from some corner, blast us with a double barrel shotgun, because he came from Fortnite and he was a little shotgun monkey that taught him to fucking play Fortnite like that and play Rust like that. And he was shotgun monkey everybody that he met, and he was the best shotgun monkey I ever met. You know, really, he really was. I'm proud to call him a friend. And but I gotta say, that shotgun monkey reality, man. And I never understood what it was until like 2.5 years later, after I'd lost too many ships and I lost too many kits, and I kind of understood that loss is this thing that has to do with your personal philosophy. It doesn't really have anything to do with gear or money or anything at all. It's entirely this thing in your head that can you live with it? Does it affect you mentally? Can you sleep well while it's affecting you? Can you, I mean, loss is this thing that's essentially entirely relative to your state of mind. It has nothing to do with reality, really. It has to do with it when, say, if you have a gallon of water and you're in the desert and you lose the water into the sand, you can't drink water, you might die. But in your head, it means nothing. It means nothing. And Jet Li and I would say that probably Bruce Lee and Jet Li would probably say the same thing. Loss is nothing but this construct in your mind. So is winning. Winning and loss are relative. There are these constructs in your mind that you tell yourself there are a state that you achieve, and you give yourself a dopamine rush when you realize that you won whatever it is that you were striving to do. But that's about all it really is. It's not really constructive to the real world. Now, deaths are constructive and wins are constructive. They bring you things or they lose you things. But they aren't really anything more than a mental construct in your mind. And I don't know how to say that other than repeat it until you can just understand it or grok it or something. I don't know how to say that better than how I'm saying it, really. And so eventually I learned through my friend Dog Giraffe that you can do far more. He did far more with double barrels than any of my, any. I think even my friend Tay would say this. My friend Dog did more with double barrels than any of my friends with AKs ever did. And I met some fucking true beamers in my fucking lifetime. I definitely have. People that have taken out 16 people all at once and shit like that. I'm dead serious. And like, you know, and like, the double barrels were far more effective. The tool at the moment when you need it that's cheapest but most effective. It's almost like Occam's razor. The simplest answer is almost always and invariably the best one. And the cheaper the weapon, the cheaper the investment, the cheaper the cheaper the try. When you win the dollar, the more winning it is. Right? So it's when you win $1, but you invested 15 cents in a kit to go get it.
Autopilot jumping.
That's not really winning $1. It's conserving the 85 cents. Or another way to look at it is it's essentially it's buying another 5 tries. It's never like you won the $1, right? And then one day you look up and you have so many 15-cent tries that you could try for the rest of your life and fail every single time and you still wouldn't run out of tries. That's what being rich is. It's not this bullshit about $2 billion or trillions or anything like that. It's not companies or banks or money. It's this understanding that you could never fail because you can afford to just kit yourself out to whatever fucking situation that you're in. So many times, cheat times too. I'm not talking about rich times, but no matter what, you can always have a car. You can always have a house. You can always have a place to sleep. You can always have a family. You can always have love. You can always have support. You can always have a home and safety and maybe like firearms or whatever that means to you, whatever safety means to you or whatever. Maybe that's rich to you, but to me, it's essentially richness is to me being able to make so many tries at something that you're going to invariably either eventually win sooner or later, or you just could try so many times that you wouldn't ever go broke trying. That's how you should look at gambling too. You shouldn't look at, oh, I just somehow won a roulette table thing that I was trying for 50% on, but I won the whole table, so now I've suddenly got $2,000 out of a $20 bet or something like that, right? That can happen, but it's very unlikely, but it does happen. So if it ever does happen, you shouldn't think of it as you won $2,000, or maybe you go out and you kill a Tommy kid with an AK. It's not you got the Tommy or you killed the ship. It's you can do many more. You can try to take many more ships many more times, and you can just keep on rolling. And you have the tools and the sets and the resources to burn to make many more attempts. So when like, I would not call richness stacking money in a bank account. I would call richness putting 30 stacks of firewood in your backyard so that you never ever have to ever worry about fucking firewood in the winter ever again. And people, especially in America, get it fucking twisted really fucking badly. They think richness is this Lambo or this bougie shit or this champagne or clothes or something. But no, true richness is being being able to make a try at whatever you think success is endlessly. And that's what true richness is. And there's not many people in the world that have it. I wouldn't even say these weird crazy tech conglomerates like Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg would ever qualify as rich to me, because well, I guess they can make attempts at whatever it is that they consider success so many times cheaply that they wouldn't ever be able to run out of attempts. So I guess you could call those guys rich. There's this point where the literal monetary value buys you out of all of your problems. I would say they've reached that point. It's unfair that they can reach that point because it's still not really riches to me, because in the end, they can't really spend the money and time to make enough attempts to make any of that money ever mean anything. That's the problem that they have, which is why they end up in Jeffrey's Black Book. We wonder how Prince Andrew ends up in Jeffrey's Black Book. It's because they don't understand what richness is. It's not this thing about bragging rights or solving problems. It's this thing about you can make as many attempts at whatever you consider to be happiness as you need to attain it. And that's what richness actually is. It's this endless attempts, you know. It's not this like this stack of Bitcoin or your Scrooge McDuck like bank account in the Cayman Islands. It's sure that's richness, I guess, because it can buy you out of all of your problems and buy you all the attempts you would ever need at happiness, essentially, for the rest of your life and perhaps all of your family's lives and all their families' lives and all your great grandkids' lives and all this shit, right? Great grandchildren's lives. All of them might be taken care of too. There is richness, I guess. There's a sheer amount of richness where you could say that the person is just rich because they'll never face another problem ever again. You know, that does exist in the world, but I would say it's like maybe 100 people or something. It's the 1%, and that sucks. It sucks that those people are rich because yeah, like really, they didn't really work to have the right to never have to make, so say every bet that you ever make, you can just make another bet of that value forever. You wouldn't run out of money or whatever. That's actual richness to me, and almost nobody ever actually reaches that. They get comfortable. But I don't think most people actually reach what I consider rich. Richness is being able to make an attempt at anything you would ever want to do, ever, and not really ever be thwarted if it means happy, if it would bring you happiness. And that's kind of crazy. I think people do reach that level, but true richness is actually far beyond what I think most people think it is. I think most people think being rich is like $100 million or something like that. Oh no. Eating calm. I'm going to die right now. Oh, come on. Well, at least I didn't put anything in. I didn't die coming over here. Why did you design this like this? This has got to be the goddamn worst fucking design. Come on, man. Nope, don't approach the Stargate. Go back to goddamn Amar. I have to blow another 20 million on some fucking bullshit fucking attempt. Jesus Christ, man. I don't care if it makes it way slower. I don't want Edencom in this fucking navigation. And Void Trig, yeah, just blow me up. Send me to Jita. Jesus Christ. I spent all day flying to Daira. I didn't know I didn't. I spent like an hour. It's fine. Come on, man. Why did you ruin high sec? What the fuck? The game's like less fun for me right now. It's dumb. It better end soon. Edencom sucks. It sucks. It's the worst thing you've ever done. God damn it. I've lost so much to it for no fucking reason at all. Come on, man. Fucking bullshit. So I can do an Edencom fucking free journey. I'm going to. I mean, why even invest in a ship? I guess I'll take a shuttle. Fuck it. I have lots and lots of shuttles. Oh, speaking of which, you know, I placed a buy order on Council Diplos. And I want to see how that's doing. Let's go check my contract, right? Yeah, how's that contract? I put up a buy order. Or no, I'm sorry, that would be in market transactions. I put up a buy order. Let's go see how well that did. Yeah, I wanted to buy a whole bunch of fucking... Look at all these buy orders I have, like and stuff, of random stuff. It's insane. But yeah, I'm looking for the... What did I buy? Council Diplomatic Shuttles. Where did they... Or Council... Yeah, Council Diplos. Where are those? Did I get them all? I must have. Okay, well... Okay, so do I own a bunch of Council Diplo shuttles now? They're not showing up in... Oh, because I'm not sorted. Yeah, I have 25 Council Diplomatic shuttles. Show me the market, because what's going on with this fucking buy order? Did I buy those, or what? I guess I did, huh? Okay. Well... I have a lot of Council Diplomatic shuttles. I will use one. Or, well, I guess I probably have one already. Or, no, I guess I don't. I've been losing them because of stupid-ass Edencom and fucking gankers. It's fucking stupid. No. Later. Okay, and, so... So, yeah. So, hopefully we avoid Edencom and Trig. I'm just going to leave it alone. I can't help this guy with his ignorance.
Autopilot engaged.
He'll have to dig his way out of it. So I came in here... Oh, yeah, I don't know why I came in here. I wanted to go in the Goldsmithing Guild, actually. Yeah, and I think it's a good day to buy silver. Maybe I'm not sorting correctly, I think, actually, because I saw... I want you to sort this, auto-sort on, but the type is, yeah, stack when possible, please. What am I doing? I'm waiting for a gold shipment so I can buy something before I leave Orgrimmar. Because I'm learning that rushing gets you killed. Like, it's worth it to just wait the hour in town or whatever it is until you get your money and then buy your shit and keep going. Because otherwise... So... Now, I don't know what else I can sell. I guess I can sell that light leather.
Jumping.
And this linen. You know, I'm not too mad about the 20 million ship. It's actually my fault. I guess I could have done avoid Trig and Edencom. I just didn't really think that it would matter. Avoid systems where pod killing has occurred. All that stuff. I don't care about how long it takes. Disabled. Okay, avoid systems on your avoidance list. I think that one's not so good. Yeah, so. See, I didn't get killed here at all. I'm already a Daira. Jesus Christ, like, what? This was so fast. Wait, I'm in Daira? How is that right? Didn't I die and go back to Jita? Daira. Oh no, there's no route. There's no route from where I am. I'm in Akuchi, but oh, I changed the settings where avoid assistance where pod killing is occurred. Okay, never mind. That's what it was. Never mind. That's what, okay. Never mind. Okay.
Approaching Stargate.
So let's check the D box. Ooh, yeah, 5,000 gil is good. Yeah, we got that nice Spanish scroll and stuff. Okay, let's go to the Goldsmithing Guild, but I wanted to check the D box. And
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
oh, good, my gold arrived. I've been fucking around on EvE too much. So now I went too far again, but that's all right. I can just kind of fire off in this direction and alt tab.
Warping to Stargate.
I should probably fast boat this Baegon, but honestly, I don't care. I don't care if they kill me anymore. That's what it needs to be. I am rich in EvE because I can just make as many attempts at whatever it is that brings me happiness and joy as I want to make. That's how you know you're rich. It has nothing to do with some dollar amount or some bank account figure or anything like that. It's like, can you make endless attempts at what you consider to be the most fun thing to do in the world?
Approaching Stargate.
All of your life. That's rich, and that's what I'm chasing. It's far, far different. Money, I suppose, is probably a fucking factor in it somehow, but I would honestly prefer if it wasn't. Copper and zinc. No, silver's too expensive today. I guess this isn't the cheap silver day. Demon Terror. Nice. And now, yeah, we're in high sec for the rest of. No, we're in low sec right now. Cankers. Nope. Man, somebody should go collect all those fucking drones. I suppose I could have in the Council Diplo shuttle, except they can't really carry that much. But maybe an Ibis could actually carry like quite a lot of those drones, maybe like 15 of them or something, and make like 15 mil really fast.
Been examined.
Fucking. Is there anything else that I need? Actually, no. I think I'm done.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, wait. Oh, I think it level... Is it level... No, it's level 12 is the next one. Wait, did I check, though? I think I better go check clubs. Oh, I love her. I've always loved these gloves. I think they're like the coolest like gloves I've ever seen in a video game. These gloves are so cool. They're like these giant fucking mitts, but I don't know. They're like really common gloves actually, but they never do gloves like that in video games, like snow gloves. I've always thought they were so cool. I need to look at a club before I leave because I think she can get an upgrade maybe. I'm not sure. I don't think it's better damage, though. This club has so much damage. 10 damage is insane. Club for...
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
No. But I will get the brass rod, which is... Oh, no. I'm going to get brass hammer +1 when I reach 12. But that's the next one. Yeah, I just wanted to double check because I'm like, I don't know. Willow Wand is good, but it's not as good as this thing. This thing does way better. It's slower, but it does a lot of damage. So yeah, we'll go brass hammer +1 here for level 12, and I don't mind taking the inventory spot. Although I won't reach level 12 today, so let's just not even worry about it right now. I'm just scared of it selling out. I will worry about it right now. I'm scared of it selling out suddenly overnight. So I'm just gonna buy the bronze hammer, or sorry, the whatever it is. It's the brass hammer. I'm gonna buy this brass hammer so that I know that I have it, because it really is very fucking key to my success. So I'm just gonna make sure that I don't suddenly lose the ability to have it due to the market. Because yeah, it's a really actually like genuinely good club. It's got 16 damage at it off level 12. That actually might be the highest one-hand damage I've ever seen in FFXI at that level. I think actually I believe it is the highest damage. It's weird that it's a club, but it makes sense in terms of one hands. Clubs are actually, I think, like the most damaging that you can get. Technically, they will break the bones in your skull. Most swords and shit won't do that. They'll kill you fast. Swords will kill you fast, just as bad or worse. And some of them are barbed and fucked up and can do really nasty things to your innards and stuff. Really nasty crisp blades and such that are curved and bent and will do nasty shit to your skin and your organs and stuff. But clubs will crush you. And crush damage is technically worse. Cuts are clean and you bleed and you have a few minutes to respond usually and all this other stuff. But if somebody crushes your skull, you might be dead instantly. Knife wounds, they're almost never instant. It might be 5 seconds kind of thing, but it's almost never instant. It's, instant. No, you might get 5-10 second knife wound deaths. Like if you stab somebody in the heart, they're going to die instantly pretty much. They're going to die like that second. But that's about what you'd have to do. You'd have to stab somebody in the brain or the heart to kill them instantly. Otherwise, you're looking at something like 10 seconds to maybe 5 hours, something like that. But crushing damage, if you take a terrible club blow to the fucking face, or say your shoulders or your joints or your heart or your groin,
autopilot jumping,
you will definitely be hurt really badly quickly. You're not going to be able to swing a weapon ever again, probably, kind of thing. So like when I think of damage, clubs actually are probably really the fucking highest that impact damage can get technically. But it's weird because normally I would say one-hand sword. I would say one-hand sword's better. It cuts you, chops things off. It kills you quick. But I know a club blow to the fucking face or the arms or the hands or something like that, it's basically just as bad or worse because you're not coming back from that. You've got brain damage or, your hands completely shattered or your jaws completely fractured and broken. You probably can't ever eat again, that kind of thing. Club blows scare me more than swords, or what else is there? Right, we can look at the WoW list. WoW list is pretty good, right? There's one-hand axes are basically almost as scary as clubs. They basically are clubs. They're like giant but they're sharp clubs. But that because they're sharp, they have to weigh less, and because because you have to make it sharp, that means less weight and stuff. And so yeah, axes are really scary. The axes scare me more than one-hand swords do, but one-hand maces. One-hand maces and clubs are actually the one that scares me the most. I think they're the one that if I were to see 3 dudes and one had a one-hand axe and a one-hand mace and a one-hand sword, I'd be probably willing to contend with the one-hand axe guy and the one-hand sword. But the one-hand mace dude, if it's a really nasty-looking fucking club, I'm going to keep that guy away from me. I'm not going to try and get in some sort of sword dance with him and try to outsmart him or outdex him or something. I'm not going to let that mace anywhere near me because I know that it's going to fucking break whatever goddamn structure or bone or cranial vessel or whatever it hits. It's going to break it. It's going to break it. It's going to, if you get hit with a club, it's going to break your shoulder. It's going to break your head, your neck, anything on your body. It's going to break it. And then you're basically out of the fight. I think I'd rather take my chances with maybe dodging the quick sword blade than the likely, because if somebody's swinging a club at you, they're probably going to fucking hit you. You ever seen somebody swing a really big club? It's fucking big. If you're in range, you're going to get hit. That thing's fucking huge. It's going to break whatever it's going to hit. And so that breaking the crush damage scares me far more. Crush and impact damage scares me far more than stabbing weapons. And I think Final Fantasy follows that ethos a little bit better, because this brought the best one-hand sword at level 12. It does probably 10 damage. I think it might do 12 damage. It might do the same as the club, but it's going to be a really fancy sword to do it. Whereas clubs will just do it. Clubs will do you don't need a fancy club. You can make one out of a tree. You don't need a fucking bellows or steel or anything like that. Clubs are also much scarier because they're far more common. You're far more likely to see a club than any of these things. Axes are common too, but they're not as common as clubs. Clubs can be made out of anything, any kitchen tool or anything with a good bit of heft and weight to it will convert to a club, and it's far more a common weapon. So you would like kind of discount it more. You're thinking, oh, specialty is somebody with a sword, but no, specialty is somebody who understands how really bad it is to getting hit, like how really bad crush damage is from a club blow. It's actually far more scary. Mace blows are far more scary than swords or axes, because they're the ones with the heavy weight behind them. You rather get stung by the smaller bee, I think, than or not stung, but you rather I think I'd rather take maybe dismemberment or stabs over, say, the crushing blow of a mace hitting, say, your clavicle or your shoulder or your head or your neck or your hands or anything like that. I'm far more scared of the one-hand mace, and I think all of the smart RPG people are too. If we come to FFXI swords and we look at, this might come up if say the grid goes down and everybody has guns and stuff, but I mean, there's 7 billion people on the planet. I don't think there's 7 billion guns. So I don't think there's 7 billion guns on the planet. I'm fairly sure there isn't. So but I think there is 7 billion clubs on the planet. I think there's a club for every human on the planet. So clubs scare me far much more, and I take them far more seriously for some reason. I don't really know why, I just do. So if we look at swords in FFXI and we look at the list of the damage on the swords, and we come down to level 12 and we compare it to this fancy mace that I picked up for this fancy club that I picked up for my white mage here, the brass hammer +1, we see that the brass hammer +1 pulls 16 damage. I don't think anything this level on any other one-handed weapon in the game even pulls remotely close. Do you see it? Right around a level 11, it fucking plateaus at right at 11. It plateaus at 14 damage for the most expensive sword there is, which is the Beast Spatha at level 11. But at level 12, this thing pulls 16, right? Which is another two damage past it. The next Bilbo does pull. No, it doesn't. No, the next best sword at level 13 to reach 16 damage, right, is... Yeah, to reach a sword that actually does 16 damage, you have to go pretty fucking far. You have to go to level 18. Right, but at level, and this is what I'm getting at here, understanding how powerful the club is, you might take it for granted and be like, oh, a piece of shit club, I want a sword, or whatever. But no, the piece of shit club actually really, and it's slow. It's got 315 tick delay, but it does do 16 damage. If you go looking for 16 damage anywhere else, you don't find it until a level 18 on a fancy flame sword or an iron sword +1, something like that. Yeah, you'll see it on a flame sword because of the fire effect damage. It's going to do 16 damage, right? But 16 damage per swing is at level 12 is fucking insane. It's actually stronger than any DPS has at that level. I don't think, at least for one hand. I don't even think great katanas get that strong. Clubs and the RPG makers know this. They know that clubs are not this thing to be fucked with. You can't get hit with a club and expect to walk away, really. You're going to have a broken shoulder or a broken head or a broken neck or a broken fucking something. Broken wrist. You can't swing anymore. Can't fight anybody anymore because you got a broken wrist on one end and you're right-handed, so now you're stuck with your left hand trying to fucking swing a sword or something. It's just no good. Getting hit with clubs is far scarier than getting stabbed with swords, unless the swords are piercing something really vital like hearts or penises or brains, right? So as long as you can keep swords away from your heart, your crotch, and your brain, you probably have a better chance against the sword than you do a club. Clubs scare me far much more. They do. So then we look at the swords, and let's go look at two-hander options. You're going to even understand that even then, only I think like a pole is stronger than a club because the pole is just a longer club. A pole is stronger than a club. A staff is stronger than a club. Maybe a great katana is stronger than a club. So we'll pull great katana. And we'll pull the other big two-hand weapon, which is scythes. Two-hand scythes, right? Two-hand scythes will pull that kind of crazy damage. We're talking about like swords to plowshares kind of scythes. Great katana, not great katanas, but we're looking at great katanas here in FFXI. I got to make sure I'm not like standing by any aggro or anything because I have hardcore paranoia. I'm sorry. See, every time that I travel away from the front door, I get terrified. I frankly do. I get fucking terrified. I do. I'm like, I don't know, man. I know that there's aggro mobs about, and I just really got to be careful, you know. So this club, it rips. Look at what I do. If I actually land the blow, I don't have the skill yet to land the blow every time. But like, look, I pretty much domed this fucking worm. I doubled him. I doubled him. I killed him in 2 hits. Now he's not that. I mean, he's lower than me, but you understand. White mages shouldn't be able to. Oops, I whispered myself. White mages shouldn't be able to ever do any damage. But when you actually examine clubs, and this is a secret in the FFXI scene, even great katanas don't really equal clubs. It's actually kind of crazy, and it's true of real life too. Even great katanas don't really equal clubs because A, they're numerous. Great katanas are not. B, they have really hefty weights, so they will crush your goddamn bones. They will break your bones, and that's actually far worse when you think of fighting capability. Stabbing wounds and dismember limbs are actually probably not as bad, unless you're getting stabbed in the heart or the brain or the crotch. They're probably not as bad as getting your goddamn shoulder broken by a club. What are you going to do? You can't swing a weapon after that. I'd rather take my chances with a stab wound and see if I can still swing a weapon, right? And all the FFXI people and all the WoW people know this for some reason. They all know it. And I was raised on this ideal. And so every time somebody talks about a fucking like a gun, or an AC-130 gunship, or a nuclear bomb, or something like that, or the power of a hydrogen bomb, or a fucking shotgun, like an auto shotgun, or the power of a fucking M16 with a high power, a high caliber, high velocity pistol, or sorry, high velocity round, and you're like, oh, the stopping weapon of this and this weapon. The first thing that I pretty much think of is, I'll get me a nice kitchen club and I'll dome you. Sure, your gun's gonna kill me. Yeah, I'm bringing a club to a gunfight, but if it's a melee fight, I'm picking up a goddamn hammer. Yeah, I'm picking up a hammer. Look, they call it a blessed hammer. It's basically, big clubs are like hammers, bronze hammers. See it? They're like big fucking hammers. Big fucking hammers are terrifying. They're far more terrifying. You see it and you're like, oh my god, if that person swings that thing at me, I will lose the use of my arm or my head or my neck, or I'll die. You see it and you're like, oh no, if I take one blow from that thing, I will die. I will pretty much lose the ability to fight the battle. I will definitely get killed by the second blow. Clubs are no joke, and they scare me far much more. And so FFXI respects this, but a lot of other games don't. They really don't. FFXI respects it. Like, if you walk up and dome somebody with a goddamn claw hammer, and I'm not a claw hammer, but a fucking, like a fucking roofing hammer, they will fucking die. They will die, like in one hit, maybe two. It's like two. They're gonna die. They're gonna be unable to do anything after that. They're gonna be on the ground with a broken clavicle or a shoulder or a broken arm or something like that. They're gonna be like screaming, and they're gonna be like, no, I can't do anything. I can't fight this person anymore. So I think the club has far more stopping power. Bludgeon weapons, that's the word I've been looking for like the last 20 minutes. Bludgeon weapons are far more terrifying on a battlefield scale. And so I've been obsessed with the idea of being a hammer white mage, because hammer white mages with Hexa Strike are fucking crazy. Now, this white mage isn't going to have Octave Club like my main does, which is frankly sad. I wish I had started hardcore. But she is going to have hammers, and hammers rip. Look at me one-shot this worm. Thieves and samurais and shit like that. They use daggers and fucking two-hand fucking great katanas and shit, right? Look at the great katana, right? At level 12, it does get good damage. It does. Look, at about level 12, it gets double the damage. Like, great katanas are respected more. I would say they are actually far more scary. They will not only they bludgeon you, but if you get impaled by one, you're not likely to live because it's caused so much tortious damage to your inside organs that you're not likely to live. And if they Mitsurugi, they're just chopping you in half. That's the far more scary thing about Uchikatanas. Uchikatanas do not do the damage of a club. They actually don't. They really don't. You would have to Mitsurugi somebody, which is a Japanese technique of chopping somebody in either half or quarters or diagonals or right down the top kind of thing, right? Mitsurugi is a terrifying great katana, style that the samurais use to chop people in fucking half. They want to kill you in one blow, so they unsheath the weapon like it's a gun, and they use the force, they use that fucking force to just chop you in fucking half. And that's what's so scary about Uchikatana. So it does win the damage war. It does about double the damage. You don't want to get hit by a great katana either. I don't want to get hit by a great katana, and I don't want to get hit by